Hello. Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. We will start our program. Can you hear me, all the participants?
Hello,
yes,
yes.
we can.
Okay. So from here I saw that how many participants that attend this session is 12. So I think we need to start because of it's 2:34 here. It's 4 minutes late. So okay, this is the module 4 is about practicum. The document is prepared by Romanian group. So I try to give an ideas how we want to proceed all the activities during the practicum, internship, or independent studies. Just from what I look from the document, then I transfer to the activities. Then we can discuss that which activities that suitable for your student, because every student, your target market or your target audience will be different. Maybe some of them is a professional, maybe your target audience is an undergraduate. So you can try to adjust from the activities to suit for their needs for your audience. So I just want to confirm before I start, because in order for me to understand which program or which activities that suitable for your target audience. Can I ask the Shenzhen, what kind of program that you will introduce? Is it undergraduate or professional, or what kind of program? Shenzhen, if you have, you there, Mr. Liu? Hello? Or anybody from Shenzhen, what is a program that you want to offer for this SDG journalism? Is it the summer camp, summer program, or the part of the undergraduate program, or that is a professional training? So I need to understand that first before I can suggest what the activities during the practicum training. So you can choose the best program for your target audience. Can you give a feedback? Shenzhen Polytechnic? Hello? Or UST Malaya? Anybody from UST Malaya? I saw that Dr. Aisha there. Dr. Aisha, if
Our program leader, Dr. Charity, is here.
yeah, Dr. Charity.
I can tell you. While we're waiting for her, like we have two, right? One is the okay, Charity. Okay, we're having one which is part of the Student Holistic Empowerment program. So you know the students have to take the compulsory courses. That's one, and the main one we're doing is the micro credentialing, which is going to be virtual. So that I think it's going to be like individuals signing up to do it on, depending on the platform. If we have a platform with our project, then it'll be the shared one, or we may use a platform like Future Learn. So yeah, so that's one of the questions we're having also. How will we do the practicum in that kind of modality lah?
Yeah, that's why I want to understand every partner, how they want to conduct the practicum. So at least we can share that which activities are suitable for your audience. Thank you, Aisha, for that feedback. Anybody from Shenzhen, if you have any, what is program that you will offer to your student or your audience? Anybody? Or from Battambang, National University of Battambang? Nobody here, because I saw that it's a Shenzhen. There are 3 participants from here, from Shenzhen. Then we have so never mind. But I need to get a feedback from all the participants, because the practicum is maybe different from one to another. So at least we can have something, the idea how to conduct that. So I want to share with you the document. So then I hope that this session is more interactive. If you want to ask, just ask me straight away, because I don't want to have like a one-way communication or one-way discussion. Because when you want to for the TOT, for example, even if you want to deliver the whole module, they are more interactive. It's not one-way communication. I hope that all of you can communicate, can interact with me, because I want to understand for each of the program. So I share with you the the slide that I prepared. Maybe it's slightly similar to Romania, but I focus more on the activities than the suggestion from our side, that what is the activities that you can practice, you can use for your practicum. So basically, from the document, practicum document, the practicum is we will try to emphasize on two parts, 2 skills. One is a skill of journalism skill. Then second one is a journalism skill, is including the writing, everything about the journalism, how to write a good news, features writing, and so on. But at the same time, we want our student know how to disseminate this material or this output through the online platform or digital platform. So in this case, what the student learn from the module 2, module 1 is more on content on SDG, and module 3 is more on the skill of journalism. So module 4 is implementation of the ideas, what they got from the knowledge on SDG, then the skill of journalism skill, writing skill, and so on. So the practicum is a implementation. It's more on application part of the whole module. So this online material from the international expert regarding how to achieve a project and creating factual writing and for positioning a publication online. Professional online, positioning a publication, online material, student presentation material. So during the practicum, student activities will involve writing, activities, fieldwork, and so on. So the student should know how to disseminate this information, this output, or the activities in the online platform. So this is the idea of the my session. Maybe Adina from Romania and also Mina will elaborate more on that. But I just want to share with you what platform and what activities that you can consider for your student based on your target audience. I think that's clear. Structure of the program is a 15 ECT. Total is 375 hours. In class is 45 hours. So this I don't know how, because they have a combination between class activities and also the autonomous learning. So that is the major part or the major portion of the structure, practicum structure or internship structure is autonomous learning. So that contribute 330 hours altogether. So the objective of the practicum is to generate the practical project that facilitate a student understanding of subject matter that their involvement in journalism. So the understanding, the skill that they are learn from the module 1, 2, and 3, they will apply in during the practicum or internship activities. So make the course visible to institutions, communities, and organizational, including international SDG agencies. So in order to make their works or their writing or their output to visible to the world or to other people, so we need a good platform to disseminate all this idea, to disseminate all this output. So this idea, I will discuss in this session what platform we can use to communicate, to disseminate all this information to the communities, organizational, international organization, and so on. So this module has an eminently practical character. So they are more practical. So everything is a practical. It's not because the chapter 1, module 1, 2, and 3, they are all this learning process is a theoretical plus practical, but for the practicum is more on practical character. It involves the creation of portfolio of journalism material that including a text, photo, how to get a good photo, how to create a good audio video. So, and keeping all the practicum of the practicum diary under the coordination and guidance of the practicum tutor. So the process, I think, is the same like other practicum process. Once you want to student go to the industrial training or practicum training. So every institution, every partner, you need to appoint a tutor, or maybe some of institution they call supervisor, to supervise a student activities during the period of practicum. So that is, we can follow the same practicum process as what we have done to other program. The module competency, that from this, what the outcomes that we need to improve our student is to prove that and consolidate the knowledge and skill acquired during the first 3 modules. So what they learn from the first module, second module, and third module, they will implement that during this module 4, the practicum. So practicum, internship, and also independent studies. I will discuss that, how we want to justify our student that's suitable for this program, is our student suitable for other program. So I will discuss detail on that. Adina and Mina, if you want to add in, you feel free to do that anytime, because maybe because all the document is based on document prepared by you, by your side, that I just want to make sure the suggestion that I can give to the partner how to implement this practicum. Is it okay, Adina? Are you there?
Yes. Hello everyone. Yes, we are here. Right. So yeah, you can continue, and if there are questions, yeah, sure, we are here, and we can clarify if there are problems.
Okay. Sure. Thank you, Adina and Mina from Romania. So anyone, if you want to ask me, don't wait until the end of the session. You can just ask me at any time, or you can put in chat box, or you can raise your hand. So this interaction. I think that, I hope that this is more on hands-on activities, then we can learn from each other. So maybe you have a good idea how to implement of this section. So maybe also we can take into consideration. So the professional competence, I think this one, once we send our student to the professional or media outlet, professional media organization, so they will know, they will understand the professional journalistic standard analytics. They need to understand that, okay? Understand of legal issue. So what do and don'ts in that country. So like Malaysia, we all our journalists is under the MCMC. We have the act, we have the, so many acts that will affect the journalism activities. So they need to understand that. And capacity to find relevant information and sources regarding the legal framework, general and specific knowledge of right, obligation, and responsibilities in accordance with the situation in the country. So each country, they have very specific acts and law. Then the students should understand that what do and don'ts, what they can write, what they cannot write in their writing. So this is a very important to understand. Then the digital technical. So this one, I more concentrate on this part. Computer writing, editing, production, design technique for print, broadcast, and online media, multimedia knowledge and skill. So once they know how to write, then they are, let's say they are come up with the article on SDG, on climate change, or maybe something related to any SDG 17 SDG. So now, how they want to disseminate this idea or this information. So this another competency. I think that this part is already covered in module 3, but the implementation or the practical part in the module 4. So maybe my presentation also will be like redundant a bit with the module 3, but I focus on how to dissemination, not to start how to develop and so on. So this more on application part. So professional competence, cognitive actional, capacity determine newsworthiness, news judgment, and critical understanding of what makes a good story. This one is covered in chapter 3, in module 3. So newsworthy, the news value, ability to adapt with fast changes in the new technologies, big tech, develop effective technique for gathering, checking, documenting information. All this you can read from the document, the Practicum document. So I hope that this is what we want our students understand, the competencies that they need to develop during the Practicum. And professional competency, cultural and behavioral, intercultural networking abilities, that include the how they communicate with the different culture, different environment, communicate to the diverse audience, understanding the current world from the perspective of sustainable development. So basic scientific knowledge in sustainability, understanding of the best practice in journalism worldwide and their country. So the worldwide, the big issue or the big ideas of the sustainability is about the 17 SDG. But when it comes to the country focus, maybe certain countries, they are focused more on climate change. Some countries, they are focused more on poverty. So it depends on the focus that you want to emphasize for your student. Transversal competencies, interpersonal communication. This one, active listening, teamwork, teamworking, resilience, empathy, critical, analytical thinking, ability to organize and coordinate, time management and creativity. Once your student attached with the media outlet or the media organization, they will learn how these activities. Maybe the supervisors from the media outlet can teach them how to increase to improve their interpersonal communication, active listening, and so on. So this is the idea. Okay, from the model that suggested by Adina and friends, they have 2 activities, content for students. So this is a critical part. Which one suitable for your audience? We will discuss later further on that. What do you think about your student? Is it the model 1 is suitable for you, or model 2, or combination between model 1 and model 2? From the document, the combination of classroom work and work in local newsroom, practicum and internship model. So that is the first model that suggested by the module 4. So the second one is a work in the classroom and at home and in the field. A student produce freelancing material in consultation with practice tutor. So it seems like number 2 is more on independent studies. They have a classroom first, then after that they will work independently, but with the consultation with the tutor. Okay, this is the two suggestion, two model suggested. Okay, suggested model. The first model, practicum and internship model, which is that is suitable for the fresh graduate or undergraduate program. If your program is a part of the undergraduate program, maybe the practicum and internship model is good for your audience, for your student, because they have no experience with the journalism. They don't have experience with the newsroom, news industry. So it's good for them to attach. You send them for the attachment with the media outlet, with the media organization, and they can learn a lot from the process during the practicum or internship process. So placement, student will locate at a suitable host media outlet. It depends. It's up to you. Maybe the media outlet can be a broadcast media, or maybe a print media, or maybe the online media. So because we have so many media outlets currently, for the broadcasting, maybe you can send to the TV station or whatever. And for the print media, maybe a newspaper, magazine, and also the online media, online newspaper is become popular now. Also, is suitable for your student to be placement, to be placed on that media outlet. Or employer who will provide a viable and substantial work experience in the journalism. So other than media outlet, maybe they have this one I open for further discussion. I think that also is open to any related organization that related to the SDG. For example, maybe in the PR department of the Ministry of Environment, which is that your student will work on the issue, SDG issue. So this one, I think they are more open, but you need to be clear that if you attach your student in that organization that not related to the media outlet, make sure that this organization also can train your student to write a good article or good article or news on the SDG journalism. I understand that in Malaysia, for example, in every department or in every ministry, they have a corporate communication department, which is that this department will be like an in-house journalist for the organization, for the ministry. So they will write all the information or the news about the activities. So this is one of the other option. Supervised by an experienced journalist. When you attach the student in that organization, media outlet, make sure that you have agreement with them, or maybe you have a black and white that your student will be supervised by journalists, the experienced journalists. So then number 4, blog journal writing, daily or weekly activities, field work. So for the current student, for the other program, for example, for other than journalism program, so students start to write their daily activities in the logbook. We call that logbook. But for these activities, for these practicum activities, we change that from the logbook to the blog journal writing. So I will detail on this activity, how you want to implement this blog journal writing in order for your student to write daily activities to their blog, not to the logbook. Number 5, include photo or document related to practicum internship activities. So output from the internship practicum activities such as news writing, features writing, podcasting, or media social writing also need to be linked with the online portfolio. So what is online portfolio? I will discuss later. Okay. before that, I think the online portfolio is already discussed in module 3, but I try to emphasize on this idea in module 4. Okay, all the output should be linked or embedded in the block, the student block. Student need to create their own block. So this is a model 1. So in general, an intern host or the employer, okay, that one is activities from you, from us, what we need our student do, or activities during the practicum. But before that, the host or the employer, the media outlet, also need to understand that what our expectation from their side. So we assume, we expect that the employer or the host will help our student using a correct style of writing or broadcast, producing acceptable work using computer software, equipment, or other device appropriate and required assignment within the medium, developing effective oral and written communication skill, employing a variety of source to locate, evaluate, and use information. So I think that this is the media outlet, they have all these facilities. Developing ability to recognize media bias, effectiveness, and impact. So that in general, but you can add more areas based on your needs, okay, your program. Then the module 2, model 2, freelancing material. That one is suitable for the professionals such as media practitioner, journalists. Then this one is maybe good for the professional certificate and SDG journalism training, because if you start with the professional certificate for this SDG journalism reporting, your audience will be a practitioner. They are already working in the media outlet or other related SDG environment related organization. So I think it's hard for us, it's hard for them to attach with the media outlet for period of practicum training. So what we can introduce, or what we can suggest to this group is freelancing material activities. So the placement is independence, guided by the tutor. We still need to appoint the supervisor or the tutor from the institution, from the partner. Student produce freelancing material in consultation with the practice tutor. So this is another, the third one. And the same thing, even though that activities, they are working independently, but they still need to report in the blog journal writing. Daily activities, what they do, you know, how they want to collect the data, how they want to, maybe they will go for the field work to interview the respondent, to know about the activities or the SDG for their writing. Okay, the output is still same. They still need to produce a news writing, features writing on SDG. They need to create a podcasting and media social writing. So all output should be linked to or embedded in the blog. So these are two models. So the model that a student will go and attach with that organization, and the second model, they are freelancing material. They will work independently by consultation, in consultation with the practice tutor. So until this section, any question from the audience? Any question? Is it clear? Thank you, Asha, for your feedback. So I hope that this is the first part. Okay. I hope that you clear that you can have two options on this issue. One is the send out your student for the attachment with the media outlet. The second one is an independent studies, but still it's a guided program. Okay. The second one, suggestion activity. The thing is, we have discussed that in the module 1, 2, and 3, the 17 SDGs goal, sustainable development goals. From the 17, the student can choose any SDGs that they want to focus. So either they want to focus on poverty, or they want to, this one especially for the independence material, for the second model. Yeah, so second model, maybe you can give the freedom to the student to focus on 1 or 2 SDG goals that they want to write on that area only. If they choose to write on the poverty, maybe every writing output from the Practicum program is about the poverty. Or maybe if they want to choose the climate change or climate action, SDG 13, maybe all the writing will be on the climate action news. So I think that is good for students from the early beginning to focus on their interests, which SDG that their interest to write or to be expert. So or they can write anything about SDG 17. It's okay, but to me, we need to come out. We need to produce a student that champion in one area, and they can write something related to the area that they choose from the beginning. So this is just idea. It's not. It's up to you. You know how you want to implement at your organization. So online platform. Before we start the Practicum program, I think this module in the module 3, we will prepare all the students with the multimedia and technology skills. So I hope that the module 3 cover this part, but in this section, I want to discuss about how to use that, how to utilize all this online platform as tools for our students to disseminate and to report their activities during the Practicum or internship program. So the one thing is a blog, any blog, okay? So they have many free blog the student can register, either Weebly, WordPress, or many things. So, but I prefer Weebly because Weebly is more user-friendly, easy to handle and easy to prepare. And Facebook, they can still use their existing Facebook for the sharing their output from the activities, or they also can use the same Instagram or Twitter. If they don't have a Twitter, they need to create their Twitter account, and LinkedIn or any online platform. Okay. For the blog, as a trainer, you should start first. You need to start first. So you also need to have your own account portfolio on journalism. So you will be using the Weebly for your online portfolio and internship practicum reflection. So the report of practicum will be written, or will be in the portfolio, in the Weebly portfolio. So use the time to get your online account started. So I want to share with you the Weebly. Okay, the Weebly is a okay. I think that this one is a Weebly. It's a free. Create your website. So this website is a free. So students can use that for free, and they can build their own blog. And this blog will be used for any activities related to practicum, internship, and also if they are choose for the module two, activities also need to be right in this blog, online portfolio. So I hope all the trainer, anybody knows that this one, or you have account with Weebly? I hope that everyone familiar with this. I
haven't used Weebly, but I figure it's pretty straightforward. I'm sure we can work it out.
Yeah, you can follow the YouTube, or they have many channel that you can learn from how to develop the Weebly. I think this is straightforward. I agree with you, Aisha. Straightforward. So then the thing is the content of the portfolio. So that one we need to specify, or we need to decide that what the page that we need to put in the Weebly in our blog. Okay, this is then your student can sign up for free and immediately create their own account. So my suggestion is the account don't put they will allow you to put the name of your Weebly, let's say SDG journalism at weebly.com, for example. So I hope that the student put his or her own names as a address, URL address for the Weebly. And that easy for us to follow up or to track their Weebly activities. If they put the different names, maybe it's difficult for you to tracking their Weebly account. So because this Weebly will be made to public, then the tutor and also the supervisor can read directly from this account at any time. So this is like open to public. So that is one of the idea that dissemination of the idea as journalism also will be part of this activity. So I hope that this one is straightforward. Okay, the portfolio. So the student should update the daily. Is up to you. Either you want to ask your student to update daily activities or weekly activities. Okay, I don't know if the daily activities the student will be burdened with all these blog posting every day, but weekly maybe is something possible for students to write the weekly activities in their blog journal. So I pass to you to decide that either that weekly or daily or monthly, but I think monthly is not possible. The weekly is most possible activities blog journal. So the portfolio gives a student an opportunity to summarize practicum experience and document insight gain. So what the weekly activities that they have done in that organization at the media outlet, then they can write that as a reflection of the weekly activities. In the portfolio, students describe and evaluate the practicum experience. Students should create portfolio with the eye of external reader. Portfolio will be presented in the interactive electronic format. So iterative format means that it's a blog, Weebly blog. So when they want to write the portfolio, they should write something that for the external reader, not for their own document. So it should be something that like a storytelling, what they have learned from that activities, what they gain, what is the experience, value experience, is something like they write to share to the external reader, external public, not for their own writing diary. Its diary is different. Yeah, this is a portfolio. So this is a sample of practicum internship. Okay, I want to open one of these a sample. Okay, I also link to the sample of practicum internship portfolio that you can. I think I not share the. Can you see the portfolio? No, right?
Yes, we can see the portfolio.
I share this one, the portfolio. Okay, this one is the, can you see this, the sample of the portfolio?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
this is one of the internship portfolio I just got from the internet. So they have, this is the Weebly, powered by Weebly. They use a Weebly as a blog platform. So very simple in terms of design. You let them maybe you can give a freedom to your student how they want to develop their interface of the portfolio. But the thing is the item under the portfolio, you can decide that what things that the main elements, the main tab should be available in the internship. Let's say this is a weekly journal, because this guy, they write the weekly journal. Okay, weekly journal. When you look into the weekly journal, they will write the activity. They put all the even the pictures, the photo. If you can see this one, weekly journal, week 1, what they did in their organization in the week 1. Because this one is not the journalism internship on the journalism. I think that is a portfolio for the general practicum for other program. But they will put here, okay, it's like a reflection style of writing. So this was the first week of internship at our work site. I start Monday and arrive at the dentist office. I think this is a doctor maybe. And Dr. Amin worked with their patient. They would explain, this is like the weekly journals as activities written by the student. So it's by activities. So they will look into that until the week 12. So this program may be 3 months internship program. So they are right based on week. Or other option, you can ask your student to write a daily activities. It's up to you. I don't have any depend on your audience. And also at home, they will have like about the intern, the dental office. Okay, this guy in dental field. That's why the picture also about dental. I couldn't find any internship portfolio for the journalism. So I think this is the best sample for us to follow in terms of reporting the weekly activities by student. So other than that, you can add as many as you want, the job responsibilities or anything. Okay. So this is a photo activities. So this is a sample, one of the sample. Okay. So I think that you know that. I just want to give you the idea how to start with the activities. Okay, so I will share this module or this PowerPoint with all of the participants. Then you can click. So this is another sample educational technology internship portfolio. The same thing. They have home, key concept, internship portfolio, and context. So you can read that. So basically, they will start with the about me. So who is the blogger for that account? So in terms of the item or the tab under this portfolio, you can decide that based on your audience. Okay. Other than that, okay, that one is the first part is the daily journals or weekly journals, activities done by the student. So the second activities you can put as one of the assessment. Okay, I will share with you the 7 rubric for assessment for the practicum assessment at the end of the session. So the first one is a block, is the journal writing, weekly activity, weekly journal or daily journal, is up to you. The second assessment or the second activities is a writing for blog. So you know that the blog is what they are taught about something, about the journalism or about program or something. Yeah, but in this case, we hope that the student can write something related to the 17 SDGs. So blog. So writing the blog basically is similar to the features writing. Is similar to the features writing because the student should choose the one angle of the SDG issues, then what they are thinking about that. No, that is writing a blog. So blog have become extremely popular in recent years. They will use the same blog, but they can create one more tab, one more section. Okay, they can name it as what blog idea, whatever. Okay, Writing a blog is one of the, we can assess their ideas from the blog writing. Regardless of if you are writing a blog post or set of blog site, there are a number of tips for writing a blog. So make the conversational. The person reading is one to relationship with you. So basically, this writing blog is to share your thought about something. Okay, what your idea, your opinion. So use headline that will be shared, but stay away from the clickbait. Don't use the bombastic word. Just straight away what you want to share. Make your point quickly. The inverted pyramid is a good way to write a post. So that is one. The second activities that you can consider for the practicum activities, or maybe this writing blog also can be part of their fieldwork. Okay, their fieldwork. So it depends on you. So make it visually pleasing. The blog writing should include the infographic. The infographic can be you can use Canva. So I not cover the Canva in this session, but Canva can be teach in the module 3. Okay, social media tiles, photograph, video, and so on. So encourage linking if that related to something department or any SDG related. So they can put the link in the blog writing. Don't ramble. It's not a place for ramble. Be a leader. You want to lead the conversation, so start the conversation. So the blog writing is more on the student ideas about the issue. That's why I propose that the student need to choose their expertise first from the beginning. If they want to be champion in poverty, just go straight to the poverty issue. If they want to champion in the climate action, so maybe in the beginning they will champion in that, then they will write all the blog on that issue. But this is just a suggestion. So blog post for the assignment on the Weebly. So once they write the blog post, should read similar to the features writing. So as I mentioned that the blog post is similar to the features writing, but the features writing is another activities I will discuss later, with more information than a standard news article. So the features article is a human interest story that focuses on the person, place, thing, or event that there's no word limit. Okay, then student can add the pictures, related infographic to that blog post. Excellent features writers are talented and relaying colorful and interesting anecdote that engage the entertain reader from the beginning to the end. Aim for 500 words. So as we understand that the limitation, and also if they want to be champion all the 17 SDG, I think it's quite impossible. It's impossible for students. So maybe they can just choose one or two. They are more interest on that area. Just focus on that, then write on that area of SDG. Okay, both posts should be include the suitable image or social media infographic. However, this must be different from your first assignment. Okay, first assignment means that the features writing lah. Then I will discuss later on the features writing. So this is a second assignment. The second activities for the blog post, maybe for the model 1, you just focus on the blog post. But for the model 2, because they are independent study, so this maybe is compulsory for the model 2 student who follow the model 2. I think this is compulsory for them to do that. Okay, because they don't have many weekly journals to report, so they are more on the output from the activities. So writing the blog have become extremely popular. I think this is the same one. Yeah? The same one. Oh, okay. I think that is okay. Is it clear? Okay. The first one is you can the weekly or daily journal writing activities. The second one is a blog post. And the third one is a features writing. Features writing, student will learn how to write features writing in module 2, module 3. Okay, module 3. So maybe in the module 3, they already maybe the assignment is how to write the features writing. But in the practicum, they need to choose a specific SDG from the 17 to write another features writing. They cannot use the same features writing for the module 3. This one should be a new features writing for the practicum for module 4. So you have been asked to write a place feature writing in the national daily newspaper or blog. So it's option, you know, if that student is a journalist, let's say they are journalists in Sinar Harian or in the newspaper, they can write that features writing to their daily newspaper, their own newspaper, and they can link that article to their blog. Okay, they can link to the blog. If they cannot publish in a daily newspaper, they can write into their blog. So it can be done by 2 ways. Okay, if they can put that feature story in the national daily newspaper or magazine, they can link that to their blog. Or if they cannot do that, they just write in their blog to promote the benefit of SDG. The main objective is to encourage reader to learn about the topic and why it's related to them. Okay, so remember the key pieces of advice given in the lecture. Be specific, give comparison and example. Bear in mind that profile of the target audience. So as a writer, they should know that who is the target audience for that article. Is it for the professional, for the layman, or for the who is the target audience for that article? Above all, personalize and dramatize your message using the realistic anecdote. So detail the target publication for the piece, briefly outline your ideas for one suitable color photograph and one graphic logo graph to accompany the article. So it's similar to the blog post. When you post this features writing on your blog, please also add the graph or any graphic that can help people to understand, or maybe can attract people to read the article. So this is a features writing assignment number 3. So the activity is number 3. So you can consider anything. The fourth one, the fourth activities is a news writing. The news writing and features writing is a bit different. Okay, news writing is about the human interest. That's something a news. Yeah, very straightforward. There also should be the human interest and also the expert from the perspective of expert. So basically, the newspaper is about news writing. News writing, if the newspaper report is a news writing, they just tell about the situation. They not go beyond that. They not go for details, because they just report what has done by that activities. Let's say the event or something. They just report on that. So for these activities, maybe student can write any event or any situation to that related to their activities. For example, today in Malaysia we have a flood in Baling, for example. Then you can go, the student can go and cover that situation. Then they can write the report, news writing. So news writing can be from many angles. Okay, they are about human interest, expert. You can write about celebrities, about human interest. So in this case, SDG is more on human interest. Flooding in our state will be news here, but not in London. So for the specific issues for the country, it's okay. So this is a news writing. I think that I don't want to discuss detail on how to write the news writing, because it should be covered in the module 3. Okay, that is number 4. Okay, activities number 4. Activities number 5 is a video and podcasting. Okay, video and podcasting is a growing as audience demand different way to connect with the organization, charity, and campaign. I suggest to you for the model 2, the podcasting is a compulsory for model 2 because they are independent, so they need to come out with a podcasting. This technology is on demand, can be accessed when the audience want it. Think of the platform, and if it's relevant to your business project campaign, i.e. SDGs, etc., it need to be fit into the entire strategy and have a reason why you are using it. So most importantly, you need to be consistent, relevant, and speak to the audience. So this is the sample of podcast. So podcasting is very simple to develop because they have many podcast apps that student can download to their handphone. So podcasting is just audio. They are without video. So they can choose any top podcast apps in the market. Some of that apps is free, so easy for them to develop this content, the podcast content. So I hope that is a simple because we need to consider the nature of our student. Maybe some of them is stay in they don't have a technology to use that, but the podcast apps is very simple. And okay, this is a podcasting. I share with you the sample of podcasting. This is like this SDG journalism. The student need to come up with the idea, what the topic that they want to discuss. For this topic, for example, this sample, SDG 18, Youth Activism and SDG in Times of Crisis by Rachel Stevanov. So this lady, the podcasting that she developed is a talk show, interactive. Okay, so or maybe they can start from one, but that is a very nice conversation for this podcasting. So I hope that student can. Okay, I share with you the ideas. At least you get the ideas how to. Okay, can you see this one? Hello.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay.
Yes, we can see. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
can you hear? Can you hear?
Okay.
Can you hear?
We can't hear anything. Or at least I can't.
You can hear? You can hear?
No.
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 You
No.
might need to change some setting to include the audio.
So sorry, I think I shared the wrong.
When you do screen sharing, you need to click on the option allow audio something.
Yeah, that's why there's no option yet. Okay, multiple participants can share simultaneously. Multiple simultaneous dual monitor recommend. All participants can share at the same time. Post.
Doctor, when you click on the share screen again, you need to tick share sound.
Share sound. Okay,
Yeah.
optimize a video clip. Okay, share sound.
Yeah, and optimize
Okay.
something.
Thank you, Sarabi. Then I got it.
It's for TV.
Okay, see that?
We are your co-hosts, James and Kevin, here
Can
to
you
take
hear?
you
You hear?
Yes, can hear.
Okay.
Yes,
on the
we can
SDG
hear.
ride.
Okay.
We hope you enjoyed today's SDG Talks podcast.
SDG Talkers, what is up? Today, you have the fortune to hear from Rachel Svetnov, a passionate leader dedicated to championing innovation and social impact. Over the past 10 years, Rachel has helped work on all 17 UN SDGs, where she's contributed to over 100 projects with 112 organizations across 35 countries. In our chat today, we will cover how youth activism leads the way in responding to humanitarian crisis and why the youth are key to achieving sustainable development goals. Two key questions that Rachel and I talk about in excess is why do the youth really matter for our future in the pursuit of the SDGs? And is there a need for an additional SDG around youth equity? Stay tuned and enjoy. So why do youth matter for our future in the pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals?
Yeah, so, there are about 200 million youth not in education, employment, or training. That is untapped potential. Like, there are way too many opportunities to overlook to see like how we can get youth involved for our future development. If you think about the future, if you think about you are thinking of yourselves, you are thinking of society at large. And what's fantastic is that just today, or even yesterday, I believe, Mackenzie Scott released like another like huge round of philanthropic funding to a lot of amazing organizations. And the title caption of this was "Helping Future is Helping Ourselves," or it's like, it's along the lines of that, but it's like, if you help one of us, you help all of us. That's what it is. Yeah. And so like thinking about youth is thinking about all of us. I mean, if you see like how like youth are working towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, I mean, I can list like, at least 5 organizations like off the top of my head, let alone like, actually just like kind of digging into it. Like they're the ones that are driving the change. They're the ones that understand the interconnection, not just between the goals, but between ourselves as people. And I think that that is a beautiful combination and coupling of what we can tap into for our future.
And there's obviously 100 which ways we could go from there, but I think it's important to look at how over time generations change and this mindset change, the macro.
So that is just a sample. So I think that if you want to know further how to develop that, the ideas, you can follow that channel, because that website, that blog by this lady is very interactive. Then there are so many programs on SDG on youth. They are focused on youth. So that's why I propose to students, at least they can champion in one area. So which is that they can come out with that. Then the blog can be unique and different from others, because if they put all together all the 17 SDG in one blog, so there's no uniqueness of the blog. So when we want to disseminate the information, they should be a unique and more focused. So that is what my suggestion to student. So is it okay? Any question on that? The podcasting? Podcasting, I think straightforward. It's very straightforward. It's same like TikTok also. I think maybe also can use a TikTok or any platform to create the podcasting. The duration of time is depend. Maybe a student can develop the interactive talk like what the Rachel did that for their podcasting, or maybe it's one way, or maybe interview. So it's depend on the creativity of student, but the content should be related to the SDG. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So
awesome. Yeah.
okay. Then other than podcasting, this is another activities that we can consider for our program, for our for the duration of practicum or internship program, digital and social media posting. So that is a very simple activities, but I think it's important to make our SDG journalism visible to other people. Okay. In this part, I want to discuss two writing for Twitter and writing for Facebook. So this is just an idea. So you can extend this idea to other platform as well. So for example, writing a Twitter, you can ask your student to write a Twitter related to the current issue of SDG journalism. We know that the character for Twitter is very limited. So how do you want to create a good message through the Twitter? That one I think that should be they can learn from the module 3. Okay, the top 3 tips for the good tweet. Listen before you tweet. That means students know that what is the current situation of the SDG issue. So let's say in Malaysia, now we talk about the climate change, for example. So what they are thought about the climate change, they can tweet that. So add your own insight and just retweeting, because the tweet can be retweeted by other people, then be a personality, not a company. So when they tweet that, they need to be the idea come from him, from the personal ideas. So then when they tweet that, they can increase the following. Okay, follower, influence, and other interesting people, and tweet during the relevant event using the event hashtag. So please make a compulsory that every tweet need to be with the hashtag SDG journalism. So once people search for SDG journalism, they will get that tweet from easily. The hashtag. Hashtag is very important for the Twitter, for the any social media. Easy for other people to retrieve the related issue on the SDG. So include influencer or other relevant handle in your tweet, even ask for RT is directly. So maybe if that tweet is about the environment, maybe you can tag, okay, retweet to the people in that area, maybe the Minister of Environment, or to get your activities become more follower, more influence from the mass. So this is a Twitter. So this is a sample of activities. You can ask your student a challenge, a Twitter challenge. So maybe during the practicum, they don't forget the best comment on the Twitter using SDGism, hashtag SDGism, answering. You give them a question, then ask them to tweet. Okay, this is the way how you want to get them involved in the activities. So if you just ask them to tweet, maybe they don't want to tweet because of they don't have any idea what they want to tweet. But maybe you can throw the question, then student can start tweet. So for example, what is a feature of SDG journalism? So they can put in the Twitter, then they can put the hashtag SDG journalism. So that is a way how we want to promote the idea of SDG journalism. So this is one of the activity. How to make a good tweet? Okay, this one is just the idea from the previous research that the best time to tweet. Many blogs say that 9 a.m., 12 p.m., 3 p.m. and the best time to tweet. So just if you tweet during this time, the people retweet or read your tweet is more than other time. So, but consider your company, where are you based on the world? Who is your audience? So tweet also based on who is your audience. So put tweet and can auto schedule based on the most engagement. This is for the company, for the company, but the activities just to make sure that students know that which is the best time to tweet. So another social media posting that you can consider during the practicum activities is writing for the Facebook. Okay, Facebook. They can use the existing Facebook, their own Facebook, to write the related post on the SDG journalism. So a good Facebook post is audience appropriating the 80-20 rule. So the content nature is shareable, durable. People want to share or find out more. So when they post the status in their Facebook timeline, so make sure that they can shareable. Don't put that private. So make it public so people can share and reshare the post. So it influences your audience either through seeking more information towards something. It's linked back to your social media strategy. It has personality and story behind it. Be personality, not a company. So same as a Twitter. So the student should start to be a champion on that area. Okay, to be a champion in that area. So they can you can use humor as well to attract more people to read your Facebook or to share your Facebook status. So this is just for your information, the best time to tweet, to post Facebook, and for the LinkedIn. Okay, the Facebook, if you want to put your status to get more people to read, then they should be start from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. because this based on research, result in the highest average click-through is from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. for Facebook. For Twitter, Monday to Thursday, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. And for LinkedIn, Tuesday to Thursday, anytime, but not during the weekend. People who will look, they are not read the LinkedIn. So LinkedIn also is one of the platform that you can utilize for the social media posting. This is a worst time. Just want to share with you. Facebook weekend before 8 a.m. after 8 p.m. is not a good time for you to post. And every day after 8 p.m. Friday after 3 p.m. also is like this time. You know, if you put you post your Twitter after Friday 3 p.m. it's not good for reader to get more reader. So LinkedIn is Monday to Friday 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So just to get just information for you. So okay, why we need to put hashtag? What hashtag are relevant for your post and will drive people to visit? So the hashtag SDG journalism is you can make compulsory because this is like our tagline, our program. So everybody will when they search that SDG journalism, so every Twitter will appear, you know, in the searching engine. So that one is a compulsory. Or if you want to add more hashtag like your organization, hashtag at NUBB, hashtag at UUM, it's up to you. You know, you can add more. But the compulsory hashtag is a SDG journalism. So the Twitter call to action, let your reader how, what, and would like them to do next. So punctuation. So this is the way how to create a good Twitter post. Okay. So I don't want to discuss detail on that. This should be covered on the chapter on the module 3. So this is the same thing that the reporting. And Twitter and Facebook, you can give the assignment to your student. The first assignment is to create a personal Twitter if they don't have any account. Ask them to create a Twitter account. And upload 2 suitable tweets relating to SDG journalism issue. This is a sample of the activities. You also required to suggest 1 Facebook post. So from that Twitter, you can ask them to put in the Facebook, because the way to write in the Twitter and the Facebook is different. And Twitter also you can add the picture now, the photo. So included in one of these tweet and Facebook posts, you need to include the relevant social media style or image. Now you can put the suitable image related to that tweet. So at the end, the student can disseminate their SDG journalism ideas or activities through all platforms of social media. They can write a blog, they can write the Facebook post, Twitter post, blog post. Then they know how to write the features writing and news writing. And also they can know how to create a podcast. So that is the idea for the activities for the for the practicum. So other than that, we also can suggest to our student to learn about Canva. I don't want to discuss about Canva, how to create that. The Canva, maybe in the module 3, you can add one section, a Canva. Canva is a free because of when they want to put the infographic, they want to create the infographic, the Canva will help them, because Canva is very straightforward and easy to learn. So included in one of these tweets and the Facebook post, you need to include the relevant social media tile or image, because Canva, you can create a tile and image for your social media posts. Okay, so that is another option. So create your tweet, you might want to draft them before posting, thing or hashtag involved. Create your image and post in the tweet and your Facebook template. So this is the instruction for the blog for the social media post. So what I want to emphasize on this section is students know how to use the right platform and how to create the right message to all the platform and write response from that media, you know, because the media platform is different response and different way how to create a message. So this is the one of the element. So this is a suggestion. Okay, the suggestion is up to you, which one that you want to choose, or the combination of the assessment. So the activities, one you want to start with the assessment for your practicum student. This is what I propose that you can include in the activities, practicum activities. The first one is daily or weekly journal on practicum, internship activities, fieldwork, reflection. So this reflection need to be written. They need to write the daily or weekly journal activities in their own blog, the blog that they create through Weebly. That one. The second one is Twitter posts, including social media image with hashtag SDG journalism. Students can use their existing Twitter account. So the Twitter post, you can ask them to write maybe 5 Twitter, not only one. Maybe during the 3 months internship program. So every 2 weeks they should post 1 Twitter about SDG journalism. The numbers of posts is depend on you. Depend on the instructor, how many Twitter posts. The Twitter post is very simple, but what we need to from them to share the current issues of SDG through Twitter, through the social media. The Facebook also the same like Twitter. You can ask them to write more than 5 or 10 Facebook posts on SDG journalism and photo with the hashtag of SDG journalism as well. This one is to promote, to make the SDG journalism visible to other people. So it's become popular and people know that SDG journalism is one of the important element in SDG. Number 4, online portfolio with at least 1 features writing. I put that 1 features writing, but if you think that 1 features writing is too simple or it's not difficult for them to write, maybe you can add 2 features writing, 1 is writing, or 3 features writing, 1 is writing. The numbers of features writing and is writing is depend on the on you, on the who is your respondent and how long the program. You know, if that is just a certificate, maybe 1 features writing, 1 is writing. If that is like a diploma level, maybe need more that writing. Okay, in terms of the issue, they can choose any issue on the 17 SDG. Blog post should include social media image. Blog post, as I mentioned to you, that the way how to write blog post is similar to the features writing, but they should be different issue from the online portfolio for the features writing. And number 6 is online 1 video or podcasting. I do not share with you the video, but if student can come up with the video and podcasting at the same time, that what I share with you is a podcasting, just audio. Maybe if student they can want to share the audio video podcasting, then also okay, no problem. So, but I think that podcasting is okay because in terms of the simple to prepare, and also they can share through WhatsApp, through any social media easily. If that through video, maybe some of the media did not support the video, the video part, you know, but the podcasting only the audio and easy for them to share through other channel. This is an assessment that we can suggest to the student. And I prepare also the sample of rubric. They have 7 rubric. So this rubric, I will share with you the rubric. Then is depend on you which one that you want to. Let's say I share with you the first one, rubric for daily practicum internship. Okay, I open this one. Any question? Any question from the participant?
No.
No. I don't think that I will take all the 2.5 hours because this one is just a sharing session. So I want to get a feedback from you after my presentation, then we can discuss further. Okay, I share with you the rubric. So all the rubric I will share to all of you. You can all the 7. Okay, this one I share first the rubric for internship reflection. You can see that a rubric for evaluating internship reflection for the daily activities or weekly activities. So this one you can I will share with you the Word version, Word document. So you can add if you want to add more, but this is a basic elements that we look into the internship reflection. So provide a comprehensive through demonstrate of the context knowledge journalism skill across all standard and elements. So this is a standard rubric. So if you think that you need to add other than this, other than 5 elements, so feel free to do that. I don't stick on this rubric as a final one. So up to you. This is just a sample for you to at least you have something to follow. Okay, this one is a rubric for internship reflection. Then I also create the internship for the rubric for the podcasting, for example, podcasting. Yeah. So from the rubric also you know that you can understand that what is the elements of that we evaluate, we assess our student. So this one is a rubric for podcasting. So the podcasting, they have introduction, criteria, catchy and clever introduction, provide relevant information, establish a clear purpose, engaging a listener immediately. So because podcasting, they're more on the audio, they're more on listener, not the viewer. And this is the element that we evaluate our student on the podcasting. So I will share with you the PowerPoint and also the 7 rubric to assess the activities for the practicum activities. Okay, so then back to this part, the last part. I will have another 1 hour to discuss with you if you want to know more clear. That's all for me. So I think that that's all for my part. So any question or suggestion, I open to the participant.
Hi, Bhakti. I don't have a question really, just a comment. Like, thanks. I think the rubric is really helpful, and some of your ideas also. I think even if we, like, for example, UM is probably not going to have a full-blown practicum, so we can't actually post the students to media outlets. So at least having the second option and the different kinds of activities or possible things that they can do to kind of simulate a practicum, I think was also helpful and useful for us. So thanks.
I think that UM can choose the model 2 lah, Charity. I think model 2.
Yeah, definitely.
So anything? How about other? So Kavin?
Yeah, I think as well, it's really helpful. I think we can adapt it like for our undergrad course, but I'm not sure for the MC lah, the remote and individual one. But would it be okay if we if we do the individual one, we give them self-assessment rubrics, right? Because they're all joining at different times. We could kind of adapt those rubrics for their self-assessment. Is that possible, you think? Would it be okay to give them to?
I think, yeah, I think you can share the rubric to them because at least they know that our expectation from the output.
Okay, so that's possible. Even for the remote learning, we could give the rubrics and ask them to self-assess or something like that.
Because the end you will assess the final output, but at least when you share with them the rubric that what you expect from them to publish, to produce, so if it help them to produce a good quality output.
Okay,
to me it's okay. Yes, I think it's okay to share the rubric. Even I share my rubric also with my students.
Yeah, I usually do, but because somebody else creating it here. Another thing is we can make them group tasks as well, right? The blogs, the this, the that. Like because this undergrad course is not for journalist majors. It's for people from other faculties. So I don't know for them, imagine a biotech student doing this alone. I think it's a bit too much, right? Could we kind of adapt them to be group tasks?
This one I need to ask Adina, because Adina developed the whole program. I share with you the suggested activities. Adina, if you have any idea on the group project on the practicum activities, or that should be individual activities?
Yeah, we were planning to discuss this in our sessions. We are not quite sure how much you want to implement in your university, but yes, group activities would be welcomed. And even though they are not journalism major, I think they really need to incorporate some of the basics of writing for a blog, for instance, so that they know how to create correct and powerful messages after all. So yeah, you can do group work, but blogs are usually individual materials of reflection. So you can write a blog about you can make a podcast about almost everything. So yeah, I think it's more, if we are talking about blogs, I think this is an individual activity. This is something for one student to do. They can practice writing blogs, yes, as a group. But when it comes to posting and going online, I think, or you can have a blog as an institution, the blog of the department, and have a group of students working on together to make updates. Here in CBU, we have a Facebook page for our department, for our specialization. And we work together with our students to constantly update it, not during holidays, but especially during the academic year. So yeah, we update it with materials that students do, updates on activities we do, or everything that we consider our students will be interested in, and our posts and links related to strictly journalism activities, call for papers, competitions, so on and so forth. So yeah, you can practice it as a group, and you can establish a blog or a page for your specialization and have some students working on that and constantly updating it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, I'm a bit curious, like what kind of class sizes do you guys have?
What, Aisha?
Class sizes, just like a lot of this stuff takes a lot of time to assess, right? I just want an idea about the kind of class sizes in the different.
I think what you can do is that the numbers of students is a very big, big class or big size of class. So maybe there's a group project, 5 students choose 1 or 2 SDG issues, then they just focus on that. They can create their group blog. What Adina suggests to you, maybe 5 of them or 3 of them create one on poverty, one on climate exchange, one for other things. So at least you can have a variety of ideas on SDG.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Okay. Any question? Anything? Because when we want to start to implement this idea, so at least you know that especially for the model 1, the model 1 need to start early, because the partner need to find a partner first, the media outlet to make engagement with them. So what your expectation from them? For the model 2 is more flexible. I think that you can create by your own. You can create that process by your own. But for the model 1, you need to work with the media outlet. So it will take more time. And what your expectation from them. So Kavi, is it okay, so Kavi, for NUBP? Which one that you choose? The model 1 or model 2?
Pardon, please, Professor, because I was walking at the moment.
Okay, so because we propose a two model of this module 4, so it's depend on your audience, which one that I think best. We give all the partner flexibility on that in terms of implementation of model 4. So maybe Adina and Mina will elaborate more on that. So my part just to share with you the activities that you can consider during the practicum, and what platform for the reporting and reflection.
Yeah. I actually aware of some recommendation that you have listed down in your presentation, and it was so useful for NUBB, which is so used to the journalism skill and journalism programs. We are considering working on the ones that we can work as a group. We cannot say module 1 or module 2, but we are going to work on a discussion with our team and work on how we can see our students' background first, because as like Edina and one hour of our team has just stated too, we are not going to select the student from the Faculty of Journalism only, or actually NUBB has no journalism student, but we are going to select for the other faculty, so we have to be careful with the kind of assessment in the practicum as well. But they are so useful for us, and I really love the way that the student can join the social media's assessment, that I can say that it is the authentic assessment, which the student
Hello, Sukavi. We have a problem with a line.
So did you hear me at the moment?
Yeah, no. Now, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Say something.
Continue, Sukavi. You can
at some
continue.
point.
Yeah. So do I have to repeat?
Yeah, I missed your point for the few seconds.
Sure. Something that I really do love the recommendation from your practicum activity, or I can say the assessment in the practicum, is something that the student can post something on the social media. So maybe we consider that kind of techniques to engage students in those authentic assessment, because we really love students to make something real. So when the student write a blog, write the news on the Twitter, Instagram, or those platforms, maybe the student can gain more knowledge and then experience in the reality. So we are going to discuss more with our team, and then we decide which one do we have to work more. But I do love how the student can engage in the social media.
Okay, Mina, you want to add something, Mina? Hello.
This technique. Excuse me.
Okay.
I didn't want to say anything, but if you challenge me, I think the best way to practice with students is to collaborate with maybe with local media, with a local media newsroom. Because if they write on a blog or produce some content for, I don't know, their own purpose, this is not quite journalism. If you want, they make journalism to have experience in a newsroom, they have to be in contact with in-service journalists. My opinion. I'm not sure if it's possible in your departments or your faculties, but my advice is to try to put your students in connection with local or national journalists. and to produce content for a real, real news site, for example.
Yeah, I understand that, because that's why when I start with this two model, I suggest for the fresh graduate and also undergraduate program go through the model one, attached with the media outlet. For the second model is suitable for the professional, maybe like our case, we will have a training to the journalists. They are already journalists, just want to emphasize on the SDG journalism substance. So that one, I think the model 2 is appropriate for them. But sometimes we understand that the problem with the university, like for example, the student is from other faculty. They have their own internship program or practicum program. So it's impossible for them to go for the two different practicum activities. So that's why I understand that charity opt for the second model. But maybe what we can suggest to Universiti Malaya, for example, maybe when you comes to the tutor or the supervisor for the internship, you can appoint somebody from the media industry, the practitioner. So they can guide the student how to write a good news writing, how to write the newsletter, everything. That is another option, Charity and Dr. Aisha. Maybe if you can find somebody from the industry to become their supervisor during the period of time, practicum.
Yeah, I think that's possible also.
But to go to practicum module, the students need to go through the other modules. I don't think that practicum can be taken out of this context, so it's not that I just want to write a blog and I do practicum and I learn how to write a blog. The students who go to practicum, I think so, at least this is how Mina and I envisioned this this entire module, is for the students to go through the previous 3 stages before they go to practicum. So, okay, they are not journalism students. In the West, for instance, in Holland, okay, there are medicine graduates or law students who want to become journalists for law and focus on law issues. Okay, so it's not that they go to the journalism faculty or they graduate from journalism or media department, but they do a specialized module, a sort of a master degree, and become journalists with a focus on law or with a focus on, I don't know, economics. And they write for economic papers or journals. So, or have a TV show focused on economy issues. So practicum in this case should be strictly related to the modules about SDGs, sustainability, and journalism specialization.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that, Alina. I think the issue here is every partner have a different style of delivery this program, and they have a different audience for
yeah, we understand that.
I think that we give them the flexibility on that, as long as I understand that, because to become a journalist, they should have like experience, newsroom, how to go to the field work, to interview. So yeah, I think that is a very important. So I don't know, maybe we can suggest to them, one of the suggestion is to appoint somebody from the news media industry, media outlet, to become their advisor or maybe the supervisor during the practical, even though they are not attached with that organization, but they are monitored by experienced journalists from the industry.
Sure.
So anyone to raise any issue?
At some point, Sokavi raised her hand. I think.
Yeah.
Actually, I just want to add up to Edina and Mina. Actually, it's quite good when we refer to the Practicum. We have to involve module 1, module 2, and module 3 together, because as I experienced in working on the course outline of our course, it's about module 1, module 2, and module 3. It's all about the strategy, and then module 4 it's about the Practicum, how they work on those 3 modules well or not well when we work on the result on their Practicum. So I believe that the ideas, the suggestion from UUM and the suggestion from Romania is also right, because if we include them together and then make them as the assessment in the Practicum, one is the major assessment and another one is the mini assessment. From what I used to do, it's like when we work in a writing blog, writing news, so we have our objective, what we need students to work on writing blog or writing news online, because we want them to know how to work on the writing or something else. But once they achieve how to write the news, how to do the narrative research on journalism already, we could engage them into an internship or a small internship with the journalist, with the real journalist or the organization that Mina and Adina have just said, and then make it as the major assignment for them to work on the Practicum. To me, I would like to include both of them. Both idea that you have just said is quite good for the students to work on the assessment in the Practicum.
Yeah, thank you, Sokavi. So any suggestion or ideas from other partner, from Shenzhen, from Nottingham Nimbao, RUPP? Or Asmaliza, if you want to share something, is it? Asmaliza, you are a practitioner. You are what your thought about the Practicum?
Hi, Dr. Watia.
Yeah.
For me, I would prefer model 1. I think it's better if we work with the media outlet, because if you want to write blog or content for the social media, of course we want we want to get more engagement, and we can use maybe we can use the media outlet platform, media social platform to post our the student content. You can do that so that it can reach more audience. That's my thoughts lah.
So that is the good idea from the beginning, that we split into two model. So which one the best model can fit to each partner, because the delivery style is different from each partner. So yeah, I understand that for the fresh graduate especially, they need to have go through the real journalism activities program. So for practitioner, maybe the model 2 is suitable for them. So that is we give them 2 options in terms of the module 4. So I think that is back to the partner, how you can decide that which one the best. But I think that the best is for the fresh graduate is to attach with the media outlet in order for them to get the real experience as a journalist. So okay, I check the chat. Any question on chat? So far, no. So anything you want to share? We have another, yeah.
I want to say something, Muhammad, if you give me the permission.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
I think all of us, or all of you, have to think which is the real purpose and which are the objectives of this course. The course is called SDGs Journalism Reporting, not SDGs Public Relations, or in other way. If we deeply understand the purpose of this course. We have to teach our students to make the difference between journalism and other kind of public communication. So journalism means criticize, investigate, discover, telling the truth, you know. So in the, I don't know how to say, or if you understand the meaning of our mission. We are not spokesmen. We are not a public relations specialist. We try to educate future journalists in SDGs. So we try, Adina and me try to design the content of capacity building course for teachers in this way. So
yeah, I understand
of course,
you.
Of course, blogs, entry, Twitter, I don't know, Instagram, Facebook, this is all part of our lives. And indeed, there are journalists who have Facebook pages and post on social media as well. And this also raised a question whether they should remain professional in their public posts or they should go more personal. So we have to make a very clear distinction between a journalist and a person who, it's like we discussed last time, it's citizen journalism, it's collaborative journalism, but there's a clear and there is a line, a fine line, which involves ethic and best practices and professionalism. And this is what the course, our course is about, to set the standards for this profession, because anyone can write a blog, and anyone, at least anyone who has talent, or yes, blogs are a way to voice out problems, issues. And yes, there are journalists who write blogs and they are followed and they have followers. But yeah, what we want to do is to give the students and to form our students as to become journalists, not blog writers or social media writers, you know. So that would be our mission, okay? Or at least this is the content that we created. Yeah.
Yeah, that is only the platform, Adina. I think the platform, we have many platforms to disseminate the ideas, but the main idea, writing is still features writing, news writing, still the elements of the journalist skill. They still need a journalist skill to write a good features writing and the good, because when they write the features writing, they still put the thought, everything inside there. News writing, they still follow the journalist style of writing. So that one, we cannot change that. They need to learn that from the module 3, then implement that in the module 4. The other thing is just a dissemination or the awareness of SDG within their country. So that's why I think that for those from other country, maybe if you want to write use your own language also, it's okay, because your audience is different. Because maybe you are cater for Cambodian, for example, you can ask your student to write in Khmer language. It's okay, because you want to focus on the country, your countrymen to understand about the SDG. So in terms of language, also you can give independence to them to choose.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The adaptation, the local adaptation with reference to SDGs issues identified domestically.
Yeah.
Let's say.
And social media are excellent tools for journalists, but for promoting their work, they have to start to produce content, journalistic content, responsible journalistic content, and after that promote it on social media.
That's why it's up to the partner when it comes to the journalist writing to the writing. Maybe they can add more writing on features writing on certain issue. Okay, that is an element of journalist writing. So other than that, just dissemination. Dissemination means that what they write in the features writing, they can share in the Facebook, they can share in the Instagram. This is different because when you share in the social media, you can give a link of your blog. Then easy for the people to read from the blog. If blog is a very passive, you cannot promote blog. But blog with the social media is more easy for people to read the ideas direct link to the blog. So that is the idea why I choose all the social media platform. It's not the same idea, the journalism idea on SDG, they will put in the blog, but when it comes to this dissemination, they will use the social media to disseminate the ideas. So I agree with Adina, the ideas of journalism is still there. The skill is still there.
And the standards,
don't worry.
and the principles, the skills
Yeah.
and the principles.
Yeah.
Always stick to the principles and standards.
Yes.
When
yes.
we're talking about professional journalism.
So any idea, any things that you want to discuss? Because I think that we can we have 30 minutes break before Romanian. So maybe we can stop at 4:30 and start with Adina and Mina at 5.
In Romania is 11.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You mean 12?
I read from my computer, my Malaysian time.
So now it's 4:30 in Malaysia.
Yes, 4:24.
Okay.
Okay.
So
and you want us to begin at 5, right?
yes.
In half an hour.
We break half an hour. In Cambodia, 3:24. So we start at 4 4 in Cambodian time. So we break for 30 minutes, whatever whatever time now. We break 30 minutes and come back after 30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll come back. See you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. See you.
Hello.
Hey.
Okay, thank you, Adina. So all the participants. So for the next section,
I just for a second.
okay, no
We
problem.
have 4 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, another 4 minutes. So just to with other,
Hi.
we have 12 participants active now in our participant list. So the second slot will be 2.5 hours. Mina and Adina.
Yes. Yeah. I uploaded on the drive. There is a presentation. If I can't play it from my computer and there are, I don't know, problems with the audio or the visual, can you help me?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe your team can.
You upload in the Google Drive.
Yeah, in module 4.
Okay.
If we need that, we'll see if we will resort to it. But just to be prepared.
And Adina, maybe we can start with some info, administrative info about feedback forms and assessment forms. I can remind the participants to complete this form, and maybe you can help me to put the links into the chat. The links where they can find the feedback form and assessment form. And I want to remind that we have feedback form for each module. So for module 1, a feedback form, for module 1, another feedback form, for module 3, another feedback form, and so on. And also we have assessment form for every module. There, dear participants, you will find in Drive folders 4 feedback form you have to complete and 4 assessment form to complete. It is very
I named the links so it would be easier to identify. I think that some of you completed a form, the form for module 1 after attending module 2. So yeah, it's very important to have these forms well organized. So I wrote now in chat, I put them, feedback form module 1, 2, 3, and 4. They have the same form. I mean, there are the same questions, but the questions refer to the content and the module itself. So yeah, and I also put the link for the assessment for module 3. We only received 2 responses. The deadline was yesterday. I know you have busy schedules, and I know okay, this is an extra activity, but we are all committed to do something. So as long as we started, yes, please. Okay, the questions are not complicated. It takes a bit of an effort and a bit of your time, but we very much appreciate if you complete the assessment form, and you will also receive an assessment form for module 4. So for this module. And the deadline is next Thursday, but I will put the link after we yeah, okay, these are, Mina is writing our email addresses, so if please feel free and use them for any concerns or questions that you might have. So that's it. I suggest you copy the links from the chat box, because the chat box will deactivate once we leave this session. So copy them and fill them in your own time. Thank you.
And we want to assure you that you can find support writing us this email address for assessment or any question related to the content of training of trainers and capacity building materials. Yeah. We can help you in August or September until you will start to implement the course in your faculties. So we can go on, yes. Adina? Yeah, I will share the screen. I hope I will manage this. Is the follow-up of
just make sure you when you share screen, just tick the enable audio, just to make sure we have.
Okay, let me check again. Just a moment.
So stop sharing. Yes, start again.
Just a moment. Modules 3. Yes, I think it's good now. So share screen. Module 3. Last time we didn't finish module 3, me and Adina. We left for today the unit 6 because I will show you. As our colleagues said this morning, we have to present today module 4 practicum today, but we didn't finish the modules 3, unit 6 last time. It's very important to say that unit 6 from module 3 is very connected, is a practical one. It's very connected with module 4, with practicum. You can notice on slides how big, how huge is practicum module. It has 375 hours, and modules 3 has 2015 hours, but they are very connected. They have a practical character. If you remember, module 1 and module 2 were more theoretical, with concept, descriptions, explanation about phenomena and processes, more theoretical, but we tried to start in module 1 and module 2 to put some practical activities connected to journalism. In modules 3 and module 4, we focus on journalism skills and journalism standards more than in module 1 and module 2. So we will continue today with module 3. It's I want to show how is unit 6 from module 3. As I said, it's very practical one. We have we designed it like a series of workshops. So we propose to do with your students 4 workshops. Every workshop has 3 hours. An hour for information, not long information, short and concise and clear information, tips and tricks, recommendations, short explanations in this hour, and 2 hours in every workshop, just practicing, just exercise. So for first workshop, we have, you can notice on the slide, we have 12 hours in Unit 6, 12. 3 hours for news and feature, 3 hours for interview and reportage, 3 hours for podcast, and another 3 hours on site for multimedia stories. We suppose that you will work with your students on site, face to face. It would be more easier to exercise for this unit. So for first workshop, in your info presentation, I think it would be a good idea to start again with a quiz. You have here, you could find on slide very good resource, a series of quizzes. I often make mistake when I try to complete this quiz. It's very challenging to do this. Just to catch your audience. And after that is a quiz about sustainability, environment, conservation, consume, or this kind of topics. And after this little game, 5 minutes or 10 minutes more, you can start present info about news, because news is the most used genre in journalism, in informative journalism today. It's the base of journalism. So you cannot neglect this.
The star. Yeah, it's the star,
the star of journalism. As I said last time, it seemed to be easy to write a news, but it's not so easy. You will see when you start to practice with your students. So you can present something about what means positive news and negative news, approach what means false balance, for example, to put scientific results and non-expert opinions on the same level. What is newsworthiness, public interest, topicality, proximity, usefulness when we are talking about the news? Please remind your students that writing news means writing accurate, clearly, precisely, accessible, neutrally, so that everyone who reads can quickly understand what it is all about. The structure, the most used structure for writing news is inverted pyramid, of course, and the 5 W and 1 H. I will come back in just a few minutes talking about the inverted pyramid. So writing news professionally means sticking to facts and attributing information. Put in your news links to evidence. And in-depth reading are very important. And links in news are used for in-depth reading and for evidence, for proving the content of the news. Writing news responsibly means also respecting the factual truth and managing your own bias, not taking it out of context to distort reality. And of course, using images correctly and writing without grammar mistakes. Here in Romania, it's a big issue, the language. Professional journalists has a very high standard when it's talking about Romanian language. I don't know if it's similar in your countries. A good language proves a clear thinking and a coherent mind. Observe and understand the differences between news story and features in journalism. It's about writing style, facts versus emotion, approaches, headline, and of course the use of images. In your presentation, when we present some info about news and try to teach our students what is a news and what is not a news, we can start with explaining, for example, which are the trends today, because journalism is about today. When we are talking about the past, we are talking about the history of press, history of journalism. But journalism is changing not every month, not every year, every day. So stay with your eyes on reports and try to bring in face of your in front of your students trends about journalism. One of these trends is hybrid newsroom, generational change, and new agenda in practice of journalism. So new approaches the news, greater diversity, less confrontation. Why? Because the people are sick, are oversaturated to read, to consume negative news. So it's time to begin to produce relevant news, positive news, not only, of course, but news that add value for your readers. The source here is the Reuters Institute. It's a very good source. We work with Reuters Institute reports. So just a moment. Too many icons on my slide. So just an example about how to discuss, present and discuss about news. Maybe it would be useful to present your students what hard news and soft news means. On this slide, you have the differences between hard news. You know, hard news generate breaking news always. And many people think that hard news means news, and they neglect soft news or evergreen news, because the soft news are about entertainment, celebrities, lifestyle, sport, art and culture. In reality, a lot of media outlets insist and focus on soft news. And when we are talking about sustainability and SDG, evergreen news are very, very important. Why? Why evergreen content matter in journalism, especially when it comes to sustainability? Because they can add value to people's life through useful advice and recommendation. For example, categories such as tips and tricks, or did you know about climate change or environment or consuming, responsible consuming, they can have a pronounced utilitarian and pragmatic side. They have an educational side and can inspire communities to live healthier, protecting the environment, recycling or using natural resources in a smart way. It depends on the creator, the producer of the news. They can capitalize on human interest, and they can guide people to have a life with a richer meaning, cultivating values such as humanity, empathy, solidarity, and altruism. And also evergreen content, evergreen news, they can provide cultural insight and help people discover and understand the diversity of the world in which we live. I think it's about a responsible journalism to make good news from every topic related to sustainability. when you are talking with your students, when you present inverted pyramid, you have to explain them that the most important information in a news story stay here at the beginning. So in this part of this structure, we have to answer at the main question: who, what, where, when, why, and how. Not at all questions, but just 3 or 4 of them. And in the next paragraph, to continue answering to these questions. We have a body with important details, and of course, the tail of the news with extra information such as related items, extra context, maybe some editorial or journalist's own opinion, but it's rare to put an opinion on a news. Maybe who organized the event or extra detail. So the reader could cut this paragraph and remain only at the first one. And reading the first one, the reader can understand easily and quick what is talking about in this information. Adina, could you help me with a video? No, I try. It's with example, and I think it's relevant to see it, but I just so I have to stop the screen if I could you help me?
Okay. Yeah.
And after that, I will continue to share the screen.
Yeah, you have to stop sharing.
It's a short explanation, but I cannot find the button here.
Up.
Ready.
Okay.
It's a short video, very short video with good explanation about what inverted pyramid is.
Is this one right?
The last one, yes.
Okay, in this video, I'll be covering the inverted pyramid style of writing and exactly what that means.
Okay, can everyone see and hear?
Yes.
Okay.
Typically, we will be writing in one of 2 basic styles or formats, the inverted pyramid or a list article, which I will be covering later on in a different video. The inverted pyramid style in newspaper writing was developed early in the 20th century because editors adjusting for precious newspaper space would cut the article from the bottom. So the journalists or writers would include the most pertinent information in the beginning and then in a descending order of importance. The concept behind the inverted pyramid format is relatively simple. The most essential pieces of information are offered in the first line, which is called the lead. And this usually addresses the so-called 5 W's, the who, what, when, where, and why. Thus, the reader is able to ascertain the key elements of the story immediately. The writer then provides the rest of the information and supporting contextual details in descending order of importance, leaving the least essential material for the very end. Remember, chapel. Obviously, this gives us a little bit more detail, and considering that you want to typically have between 350 and 450 words to an article of this style, we want to get into a little more detail. Okay, this will make the first paragraph pretty good, and a lot of details can be added in subsequent paragraphs. For instance, you could write about the reactions of the parents. When the boy's mother came to the scene, she was obviously shocked and very emotional. You could also get into a little more detail about the injuries sustained. According to St. Mark's Hospital, there were small third-degree burns and a few bumps and bruises, but no broken bones. And you may also want to write about the details of the damage to the church. The good news is that the church was quickly saved by the local heroic Southside Fire Department, and it did not burn to the ground. The church sustained an estimate of $50,000 in damage. Okay, so as you can see here, we have a basic inverted pyramid article or story. And if you'd like to do some more research on the subject, I've provided a few links here that link to articles with a little more detail on the subject.
Yeah.
But this concludes our video.
So I put here on slide more resources about inverted pyramid and news writings you can use with your students. Also, I put here another resources about recommendation for writing digital headline, very useful. Not long, it's about short materials with useful advices and recommendation about how to write a good title for digital devices. Photos and videos. You could find here the ethical use of images, a good resource about how to use ethically and responsible images and videos in journalistic materials for journalistic content only. You can find here some recommendation about internal links and external links, because writing news for digital devices means to put smart links and relevant links for a good and in-depth reading for your user. You can find on this one and this one useful resources about how to put internal and external links in your news story. Also, consider bullets, graphics, and animation when you want to illustrate your news story. Another useful resource here, you can download the slides from Drive and use it, please. So, for the practical activities on this first part, we suggest to simulate an editorial meeting for a news website. The exercise is to design and write. So research, identify, select a topic related to SDGs with your students for a news article in your campus or your community. Encourage students to research the subject using expert scientific sources and data. Advise them to investigate the matter in depth and determine the most appropriate sources and resources for getting relevant information for their news story. It is very important to put the topic into context and ask them to work efficiently and on time, because journalism means deadlines. Stimulate critical thinking and the ability to corroborate and correlate data to understand the problem they will be writing about. Then, if it is possible, of course, it's the best situation, go with students out of the classroom to observe and record, interview, film, photos, and write and elaborate one news story and one feature on the same topic. Ask them how will they illustrate their materials, photos, maybe videos, infographics, and don't forget to assign images. Finally, when the material is ready, encourage students to work together to find the most appropriate headline So the headline will be created at the end, after material is ready. You think about a headline, appropriate one. When writing a journalistic headline, keep in mind three important things. Always avoid clickbait. Don't mislead your audience with sensational, inappropriate, or misleading headlines. And keep in mind the keywords you enter in the headline so that search engine and platform display the news or feature as visible as possible. This is true for all journalistic materials, so they can be easily and quickly found by users. Then decide how to use strategic and differentiated social media to make your journalistic work known and appreciated. Here I put some comparative info about what a news story is about and what a feature is about. What are the difference between these two journalistic genre, more used in all press, I think, mainstream media. This feature is more flexible than a news story. News is very precise, very clear, accurate. In feature, you have a little flexibility to add some emotions and color and maybe more human focus. Another part of Unit 6, the second workshop of Unit 6 is about interviews and storytelling technique related to SDG topics. To put in balance emotional and factual journalistic writing and filming. In the theoretical part, info presentation. In your info presentation, I repeat, not long, short, and concise part of this workshop. Introduce your students to different approaches, style, tone, construction, writing between these journalistic genres. Make recommendations and provide examples of good practices, tips and tricks, and remind your students of essential things about reporting on journalists, such as to stay informed about pressing issue in your community. What is the news? They always have to respond, what is news? Taking into account the characteristic, the specific of what a news is. Topicality, proximity, human interest, priority of the topic for the community. Choose the topic you are writing or filming about and choose the right approach. Putting it in context is helpful for your audience. Tell the story in a catchy way for your audience. Of course, if we are talking about the features of reportage, when we are talking about the news, the language and the styles have to be neutral and impartial and very simple, accessible. When you teach your students to make interviews, you know, in journalism, interviews have two main purposes. One is to obtain information and to build news or other journalistic materials. And the second is to highlight the profile of the participant in the interview, his opinion, present some tips on professional journalism. You have here on slide very good resources from Columbia University, from journalism, resources about interview technique. And when you try to teach your students to create storytelling and another kind of more emotional journalistic material, You can also inspire your presentation with a PR guide. Yes, I know it's a PR guide, but you have to know that in the journalism and PR use the same tools. They this area, public relation and journalism, they always have different, very different purposes, but they use the similar tools, the similar technique to create persuasive messages and to convince the audiences. So, however, it is important to always keep in mind that journalism is about facts reported with accuracy and honesty, and public interest must be the landmark to guide the story. So for the practical part of this workshop, you have to exercise with your students interviewing. I suggested to divide students into work teams and to consider their skills and assets: writing, interpersonal communication, curiosity, assertiveness, active listening. Maybe some of them love to make photos or film or sound, capture the sound, editing. Any extra skills are welcome and should be encouraged. We all teachers know that our digital native generations have a lot of digital skills. They, for example, our students, when they are coming in university, they already knew to edit, to make smart presentations. They work with images a lot and with sound, but they need some benchmark and values, how to do right content, how to create relevant stories about topic related to SDGs. Discuss topic suggestions, approaches, and implementation plan together during this workshop. Let students suggest topics related to the SDGs, choose the form of journalism they consider most appropriate, and offer them suggestions for documentation and construction. Notice how they work and collaborate, coordinate teams, appreciate creative ideas, and have the courage to try new angles. So, because documenting, conducting, and editing the interview or reportage requires longer time, we suggest that students do it during autonomous learning. Maybe it's a possibility. They will have to decide whether to take the interview, contact the person, and get the consent for the interview, and then based on the documentation, prepare for the interview. In planning this task, students should consider always the purpose of the interview or reportage, the audience for which it is conducted, the way of interviewing, the place of the interview, in case it will be face-to-face or maybe it will be online. But I suggest that for the first time is good for students to exercise the face-to-face interview, because the communication is very, very different. So the technique used, to take into account the technique they used, the team roles, the member of team tasks, aspects related to production and post-production. They should also anticipate any institutional or personality difficulties related to the interview. Keep in mind and teach your students, please, that journalist leads the conversation and manage the direction of the conversation. not the participant in interview. So these are some suggestions for the two workshops, the first one and the second one. The first one, I remind you, is about news and feature. The second one about interviews and report. And another one that Adina will present for you is about podcasts and multimedia stories. So
Yeah.
Adina.
Yeah, I take over. If you stop sharing your screen so I can share mine.
Yes, but let me first find the button. I find the button.
Right. So it's my duty to take over and take you to a journey in the audio storytelling realm. As we know, one of the hottest things in media is actually one of the oldest, right? People have, okay, share sound. So people have been telling stories since the beginning of all times, right? So old, it dates to the early days of humanity. It's not quite so simple, the art of audio storytelling. The craft has evolved over time, but its fundamentals are often the same. It comes down to stories told through the human voice and received by the simple act of listening. People gathered around the fire. Yes, and this is how in the old times they got the news and they got entertained. It's how history has been preserved and passed on from one generation to another before we started writing. This is how people taught lessons about life. But throughout all the twists and turns and all the different ways our stories have been shared with one another, audio storytelling has persisted. The print didn't kill it. The video didn't kill it, to quote very well-known music lyrics. So how has this, let's call it bug form of storytelling, has been able to survive for so long? And the answer is very simple: because it is adaptable and because it is powerful. Adaptable because it can take so many forms. It can be a radio show. It can be a podcast full of sounds, or it could be a very simple story you tell a friend over coffee or over the phone. But even a simple story can be remarkably powerful. Do you know what is the distance between the radio journalists and their listeners? You need to add up the centimeters from the lips, from the broadcaster's lips to the microphone, and the distance between the ears of the listener to their device. So it's a meter, maximum 2. It is a personal experience. It is an intimate experience. It's like sharing a secret to a friend. It's like your listeners have you over your shoulders and whispering something magical in their ears. So what is this superpower of audio? Could be the writing, could be the voice, could be the sound design, or is it all together? Because nowadays, with this technology, we are not talking about radio, it's just radio. No, it's powerful radio. One of the curses of radio journalism is that it seems so easy. Everyone can talk, so everyone thinks that they are experts at radio. and that about anyone can do it. And yes, it could be so because so many people who are radio journalists make this job to seem so easy. But creating powerful content, creating powerful stories that get your audience, keep your audience, and grow your audience is a very hard work. It takes skills, desire, and it takes training. I always share with my students the well-known story of the natives in Papua New Guinea, who upon seeing and hearing their first radio ever, they demanded to see the little man inside the box, the man that was crying. They thought it was a magic man, obviously, because it fit into that small box. So in the pidgin, radio is in fact known as the box that cries. But the bottom line is that radio, no matter the delivery method, is very, very personal. People no longer gather around a little box and listen to the person who talks from the inside. Today, much listening is done alone, almost in secret, through headphones, computers, on mobile devices, or in the privacy of our car. Our students' job as future journalists, as future radio professionals, if that would be the case, is to entice the listener through the radio door and then keep them coming back. You have to keep your audience coming back to you, coming back to what you have to tell them. This calls for powerful communication and more importantly, connection, the connection to your audience. So at this point, when you talk to your students, I'm sure you have in module 3, at the beginning of the module 3, went through and guided them through the basics of writing for the radio and focus on news writing. It's this shift from print to audio is almost as a cliche, writing for the year. So you no longer write for print when people can read. You don't write for the eye. You write from for the ear. So what does it imply, writing for the ear? You have to be clear. It implies the 3 C's. It's like the BBC trainer. I have a clip. I suggest you to open it. When you write for the year, you have to follow the three C's. You have to be clear, you have to be concise, and you have to be correct, and you have to be consistent, right? Correct consistency. It's this journey from print to radio storytelling. The listeners can no longer go back, turn a few pages, or go back to a previous paragraph and reread the information. The writing for writing news, for instance, for the radio is linear and it has more impact. I told you last time about the motto for the journalist: to kiss your stories, to keep it short and simple. Yes, in radio, this applies very much. You keep it short and simple, but not simplistic, not sloppy. You do not use slang. You do not use words carelessly. So let's see if I can open this link, this journey. Okay. Can you see? Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a training source that we resorted to from the NPR. The Journey from Print to Radio Storytelling, a guide for navigating a new landscape. Okay, and here you can read more, and you can discuss with your students and watch the clips, watch the videos, how you write for the year, how you write for your voice. Because, okay, if you do a small experiment to go and take a news written for the newspaper and try to read it out loud, see when you live out of breath. So when you write for the radio, you also have to pay attention to the rhythm and to the tone of your voice and modulations, but also for how long can you sustain a sentence. They say here to abandon the inverted pyramid. We do not want to confuse you, but okay, in radio, when you write intros for the radio, the idea is that despite the fact that you have to give the answers for the 5 questions, who, what, where, when, why, and how, for the background, in a headline, for instance, you have the liberty to give answers to 3 or more questions. But in radio, this is not always the case. There are some exceptions, of course, and there are some stories, we'll go into deep more later. There are some stories where you can give more answers, but you have to pay attention that the listeners are not quite, they don't listen maybe the first 2 or 3 or 4 words of your intro. Maybe what they can hear is something that they attracts them, and then they are hooked into your news. So you just stick to answer of 2 of the most important questions in the intro, in the lead, and then continue and give them the information as you go along. Right, so you have to start strong, and you have to keep in mind to have one idea, one sentence. The style of the radio is conversational. You have to use active voice, not passive voice. You have to use present tenses because radio is and news are about immediacy. A difference from the print is that attribution comes first, not after the direct quotation. And of course, you have to avoid numbers. People hate numbers and they can't remember numbers. So you have to approach, you can't say 2053, 253,000 people. You say almost 250,000 people. Don't be so exact. Do not use long titles. Do not, I don't know, do not start with names that are irrelevant. So in broadcast news, okay, the most common leads are the soft lead, hard lead, the umbrella lead, which is debatable, right? And the throwaway lead. The summer lead used for print news often is too long for broadcast news, and it is too difficult to follow when read aloud. If, as I told you, if we are to give the answer to all the 5 questions, who, what, where, when, why, and how, the audience will get frustrated. They cannot digest all at once. So people will understand the story better if the information is delivered in separate sentences. The most important element of the story comes first. A broadcast lead must capture audience's attention immediately The lead should tell the audiences one or two important facts and ease them into the rest of the story. It should not give away too much important information at once. Leads are, let's not forget that leads are rewritten throughout the day for ongoing stories. Broadcast news can air any time of the day as often as necessary. And with hourly updates, we can have news each hour, right? So with hourly updates, broadcast stories can tell today's news as it happens. Thus, broadcast news needs to be rewritten all the time and to freshen up the information, to update on the story, find a new angle. So here I gave you the links to some of the resources we use with our students as well. One is the BBC News Style Guide. So for radio, we recommend this news style guide, and for the print, we recommend the Associated Press style guide. So here we have all the details we need to, or all the aspects we need to take into account when we write for the radio, for news in general, how to use abbreviations and acronyms, how to use and when to use active voice and passive voice, because contrary to what journalists usually say, not use passive voice in news, sometimes for more impact or to help your audience understand better and create a better, how should I say, to get them a better image, you can use passive voice, cliches, collective nouns, how to write a cue, how to use jargon or numbers, names, titles, so on and so forth. Also, how to write a good lead. Here, again, here you have examples, and you can discuss them with your students. There are also examples of bad leads that also can prove interesting to debate, and some of them are humorous. Okay, so here have some examples of straight news lead. After mass street protests in Poland, legislators with the country's ruling party have abruptly reversed their positions and voted against the proposal to completely ban abortion. This is a kind of a lead that pretty much works for hard news and breaking news. The European Parliament voted Tuesday to ratify. Okay, so we have plenty of examples. As I said, some of the most common leads for radio news are the soft one, the hard, the umbrella, and the throwaway lead. The body of the broadcast news, every sentence of the story is important, because when audiences leave the story, they are usually leaving the newscast. So in addition, audiences generally cannot digest a lot of information at once. So we have to be short, and we have to make sure that all sentences are heard. Stories need to be tight. We don't need irrelevant information and loose ends. Although the most important information is given first, we have to remember that what follows is important too. Sometimes the facts are presented in descending order of importance, sometimes in chronological order. with a narrative format. That depends on the news. But overall, sentences are shorter and contain fewer facts than those used in print stories. Okay, you can use this clip with your students. How to write a news script is from the BBC. Is from okay, I can open it. I hope we can hear it. Okay.
Hello again. Now, once a journalist.
So this is Hugh Edwards, and he has been with the BBC for almost 2 decades. Okay, and this is part of their online training programs for young wannabe journalists. I'll play it for just a few minutes.
Journalist has gathered all the ingredients they need to produce their report. It's time to start writing. And this is where the fun starts. If you're writing for television or radio, your words are going to be read out loud. So you'll need to write a script which might include clips of audio or video and make it pretty conversational. If you're writing a text-based story for online, think about how the words and the photos will appear on the screen. Think about the impact that the piece is going to have when you look at it. But before you start writing anything, ask yourself the most important question of all. What is the main point of the story? If you're not sure about that, tell the story to a friend. What's the first thing you're going to say to them about the story? Because that will give you a hint as to what the beginning of the report should be. The middle of the report contains the best of your interviews. So review all of your material, think about the best answers, which is the most interesting opinion, which quotation would balance it maybe. And you'll also need to plan an ending to the report. How's it going to end? Think about the final thought you want to leave your audience with. So you already know about the 5 W's of news gathering. I now want you to think about the 3 C's of news writing. And the C's are as follows: to be clear, to be concise, and to be correct. Let's go over those. To be clear, well, to write it as if you were telling the story to one person. Use simple language that everyone will understand. And try not to use a long word if there's a perfectly good short word that does the same job. That's a good guide. Concise. That means short. Keep it short. Keep it as brief as possible. If you make your report too long, the audience might lose interest and switch off. So stick to the key facts rather than overloading the story with information. And lastly, correct. That's the 3rd C. Be sure to get your facts right, and not just the facts. Get your grammar right, get your punctuation right. It's also about being correct in every way, factually and in your use of language. Don't forget that. You can't just copy things word for word from somewhere else. You can't copy other people's work. You have to be honest, and you have to spell out where the information came from. As we've said, truth and accuracy are 2 of the BBC's basic news values. Check out the masterclasses for more help. Good luck with it all. The writing is great fun. I like doing it. Enjoy yourselves.
Right. So these are just few pieces of advice from Hugh Edwards, right? Yes, Mina, you want to say something or?
No.
Okay.
No, I just
all right.
Listening.
Tonight on Talk TV, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss go head to head live. They both want to.
Okay. Yeah. Audio has been around for ages, right? And it's proven itself, as we can see, powerful and adaptable over time. But why are we seeing this real rebirth in audio storytelling now? First of all, technology has opened up new possibilities for this form of storytelling. About every decade or so, there's been a big revolution in computing technology. And if we remember that in the 70s, computers were basically the size of a room or the size of a bookcase, they were used only by researchers, they were used by engineers and businesses to process large amounts of data. They were not something that people had in their homes. That changed later, almost a decade later, when desktop computers became a thing. Then we have the 90s with the internet, and we got all hooked on the internet. And this is the moment when news consumption began to change. Journalism organizations started to create online content. Then at the turn of the millennium, in the year 2000, there was the mobile revolution, and we all started walking around with devices in our pockets and hooked up on the internet and connected with earbuds, so on and so forth. So audio storytelling, because of that, audio storytelling is really having a moment now, as the Reuters Institute Digital News Report released this year shows podcasts, which is the new form of audio storytelling, a new, very adaptable way of telling a story. Podcast usage grew again after COVID-19 pause. Podcasts have been another format that publishers have invested in heavily over the last few years. They tend to reach young audiences via their smartphones, and many publishers are looking to use habit-building products, such as the Daily from the New York Times. They want to attract younger customers. Podcast growth has resumed this year in more than half of the markets surveyed by the researchers from the Reuters Institute report. Looking at an average of 20 countries, the researchers are confident that the term podcast is well understood. And the results show here, I don't know, can you see? The results show a 34% consumed, that 34% of the respondents consumed one or more podcasts in the last month. This is a plus 3%. 3% more people listened to a podcast in the month prior to the research. This means to I think the report was released in June, and the research covered the previous year. Ireland, as you can see, Ireland is the country with a strong audio tradition. It's in the head of the list, along with Sweden, Norway. We have Canada, we have Belgium, Japan, and UK. Also, the platform mix is changing. Here, the researcher showed on 3 different countries, UK, Germany, and Spain, how people choose or to which platform people used to resort when it comes to podcasts. In UK, we have Spotify, BBC Sounds, which is a special a platform created by the BBC, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, Audible. In Germany, we had Spotify, YouTube, ARD, Audiobook, Apple Podcasts, and in Spain, YouTube, Spotify. So you see, you notice there's a mix of platform. So this was the reason we suggested that apart from creating radio news with your students, or maybe simulate some news programs for the radio with your students in module 3, we thought that it would be maybe more appealing to the students to learn how to create their own podcast, how to cut through the noise and work cleverly with sounds to tell stories that matter. Podcasts are a flexible storytelling form that is current and is powerful. It's not the same thing as radio. So I just want to make sure, and your students need to make sure, that podcasts and radio are not quite the same. Yes, we work with voice and we work with sounds, because with the podcasts, the audiences are free to choose what they want to listen to whenever they want. It connects the audience. When it comes to a news program or an interview on the radio, you are somehow bonded by the program, by a specific hour, a specific time when you have to turn on the radio. When it comes to podcasts, they are more flexible, and you can listen to them whenever you want. Given the rise in podcast popularity, it's not a surprise that audio narratives are making their way into our journalism classrooms. Here you have a very the speedy evolution of podcasts and audio storytelling is from the Wire. They present again some data, and it's a very interesting read that we recommend. And also, here are 5 media audio trends that we need to keep an eye on in year 2022. Again, the podcast audiences are up. Okay, the audience is more diverse, much more diverse than it used to be. We have the multi-platform engagement. We have hybrid storytelling. We have so many I don't know, ways in which we can tell the stories. We have sound, we have image, we have words, we have voice, we have clips, movies, so on, and so forth. With my students, I use sometimes I use the studio in our university, but sometimes I use I do mobile journalism, right? And I use podcast apps that are available for iOS and for I'm sorry, I have so it's for the platform iOS, so for Apple's
Android.
and Android. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so here are a lot of apps that you can choose from. Personally, with my students, I use Anchor. It is very intuitive. It is very user-friendly. So what do we need to create a podcast? We need RSS feed and audio files. We need an app. We need a microphone, but we need creativity. You have to make very clear to your students that they cannot use any song or any audio they want. There are lots of royalty-free free sites for music and for effects and music that your students can use in their materials. Walk with your students through the process of analyzing the what makes a good podcast, what attracts them, what podcasts do they listen to, what attracts them to those podcasts. And then you can give them this, okay, you can choose some podcasts from here. These are the 20 best podcasts about sustainability development goals. You poll the class, see how many students are familiar with podcasts. If any students are familiar, okay, ask them to share their favorites. Ask them what did they enjoy about the podcast they mentioned, what were the subjects, what elements of the podcast do they remember? Do they remember the interviews? Do they remember the conversation, the sound effects? Were they attracted to the story? Did they like the voice of the presenter? Walk your students through the process of analyzing the techniques that make for good storytelling, interviewing, and podcasting, because these activities will culminate with your students creating their own podcasts. So you can choose and listen to 1 or 2 podcasts about sustainability development goals, and then analyze it with the class. Think of the story backbone. Think of the voice, of the function and the form. Also consider the objectivity, the balance between opinion and facts, representation, use of language, credibility, and last but not least, privacy. While listening, students should take notes on both the topic, what is being said or discussed, but also the production elements, the various aspects of the podcast that create the listening experience, how the information is packed with the use of sound, music, sound effects, questions, vox pops. There are so many ways in which we can pack our information. Afterwards, discuss your students' notes. What did students notice about the subject matter? What did they notice about the formatting and techniques used within the podcasts? There are many different kinds of podcasts. Some consist largely of conversation between the hosts. Others are based on interviews. Still others involve mostly storytelling. There are some non-fiction podcasts, but there are also some fiction podcasts. So you see, podcast is very flexible. Just find a topic that you are passionate about, okay, and have a coherent view of what you want your audience to know, and just get to work and record the materials. So podcasts serve different purposes. Some try to make you laugh. Some of them try to inform you. Suddenly, so students should keep all these aspects and all these possibilities in mind as they consider what they want their original podcast to be like. Again, bring into discussion the fundamentals of audio storytelling, writing for the year, so on and so forth, the shift from print to audio, audience and sound, working with sound, and sometimes working with silence works. as well. So there are some tips on audio storytelling. You can visit the link if you want to. Again, I insist there are also in the materials we provided you, there are lots of other links and tutorials that will help you and will help your students understand each topic. Then we move on to the next stage of creating a podcast. You ask your students to prepare to create a podcast and include steps on pre-writing, scripting. So we have the editing and reflection. Students need to include Atmos, to include narration, to write the intro, to write the outro, to work through the sound bites they want to use, to choose the music, so on and so forth. So you have to work through with them and assist them in all the stages of pre-production, production, and post-production of the material. Discuss with your students the story's purpose, the impact, the engagement, the content, the evaluation. Also, guide your students step by step. It is important to assist them with the writing, to exercise with them interview techniques, which are basically the same. How to, and this is much fun with our students. When we do vocal warm-ups, we need to train. When we work with sound and when we speak on radio or when we record podcasting, we have to train our voices as well, and to train how to speak in front of the microphone, to train how to pronounce, to utter words clearly in front of an audience. Here you have some tongue twisters, some vocal warm-ups, because your vocal cords are also part of your body and they need training as well. These are some exercises that I thought would be fun to do with your students. Of course, I'm sure that there are tongue twisters in your own language. We have in Romanian as well. I don't think that they will work in Chinese or Cambodian, but yeah, you can do this, and please do not neglect this aspect. They really need to be aware that they have to pay attention to their voice and to how they produce the sound, how they speak from the diaphragm. So I won't get into more details. You have the links there, and you can play with your students and have fun before starting to write or record your your podcast. Apart from the basics of writing, you have to remind your students that they have to pay attention to the rhythm, to the flow of their writing. The rhythm should be carefully paced. And last but not least, when you write for audio, when you write for radio, when you write for a podcast, you always have to read out your copy. Read out, you go into a corner, in the classroom corner, and you read it out loud and bite on every word. So the sound is crisp and clear, and make sure that all consonants are audible. The voice needs to sound engaging and authoritative. Also, you can do physical exercises before you train your voices, before you make your students try to enunciate. The required equipment is, of course, a computer. You need headphones, microphones, or mobile phones, the recording apps that we mentioned earlier. we work with Audacity. It's free and is very intuitive, and it is very friendly, and students understand very quickly how they can record in Audacity, how they can edit, to cut, to edit their materials. Yeah, this is when it comes to working on the laptops or on the computers. As producing the podcast may require more than 2 hours. 2 hours are not enough to produce a podcast. Maybe sometimes a very simple podcast. Sometimes for instance, I ask my students, okay, go to your apps or to the Anchor app, record yourself for 1 minute, speak 1 minute about something you're passionate about, and they edit up a music. Yes, we could do this in 2 hours and then give it a listen. The idea was, the purpose of the exercise was to be coherent, to get used to work with words and sound, and to try to make sure that they, how should I say, they work out the amount given. They will use exact 1 minute, not more nor less than 1 minute to do the task. Yes, so remind your students that audiences must care about what is said. It must matter to the audience, what they tell them. It must touch their lives. The topic should not be boring, or the audience will tune out. So the 4 questions that they think to consider is it relevant? Does it matter? Do I care? Do my listeners care? Because listeners can tell if you are lying. You have to be true. If you are true and you speak the truth, your audience will believe you. So it's really more about the connection that we establish with our audience. What is it? How do we help our audience understand why they should care about what we want them to tell? Why should they listen to what we have to say? People. You have to identify people, you have to identify voices who are important to stories, people who do something for a reason. I don't know, maybe there is a doctor making a new discovery, maybe is a mother fighting bullying in her child's school, or maybe is a young person fighting for a more inclusive learning environment at the university, or a more accessible library in the city. Because one thing that audio storytelling is doing, and is doing greatly, is show emotion. In print, we have to describe emotion, but in audio, you can hear emotion in somebody's voice. Once you've done an interview with a person that is doing something for a reason, or any people that need to figure in your story, you really should listen for those emotional moments when you go through the tape, and mark down and think of what part of the tape you are using. The emotional reaction is something you really need to hear in a person's voice. You can hear the frustration with a question. You can hear their, I don't know, you can hear the excitement about the discovery. You can hear sadness on, and so forth. There is a richness of information that you can provide through sound and through your voice and with the emotion. Another experiment I do with my students is to ask them to create an exclusive sound effects story. I send them to go on a field and record every sound they want. And I ask them to make sure when they edit those sounds one after another, they have to create a story in the mind of their listeners. And then we come back and we listen to the sound effect stories the students create, and we try to see whether the impact was the one they intended, if they succeeded in conveying the right message, if what we understood from that succession of sound effects and music is what they really had in mind when they started creating the material. This assignment teaches the students the value of foreground and background sound. It teaches how important sound effects are and gets them to think about using sound effects in their own stories. Okay, moving on to multimedia journalism. This is the last of the workshops that we propose. Students should receive information and recommendations and tips and tricks about what a multimedia product means in journalism. What is a multimedia story? What isn't a multimedia story? Even though it is probably the most creative way to reach audiences, especially young ones, reality, truth, and facts are the foundation on which any journalistic visual story is created. There are digital software tools that can be useful to students when they want to create stories in picture. A multimedia story can contain data, visualization, photos, infographics, animations, videos, etc. Multimedia stories are also based on the non-linear features of the web, using links and the ability to connect the story with others. Students should prepare and create a story about a world that is more representative of one of the goals, of the SDG goals. They can choose one of the goals and together determine the focus of the story. As each goal has multiple targets, students need to determine the exact focus of their stories. Have individual students choose an issue related to the chosen SDG and formulate a thesis and write the argument, do the research information, and find out which information contradicts it. You discuss digital narratives and tools that will best give the voice to the stories on the local sustainable development they chose. You can even practice with them how to pitch the story. You can work as a newsroom and you can mock newsroom meeting in which each journalist comes and pitch their ideas. And here are two examples, the elevator pitch or meet the audience. So it's important how they pitch their stories to their colleagues and how they incorporate the audience perspective into reporting. Help your students develop the idea, to write a plan, to make an outline, to make a script of their story, create the storyboard of the multimedia story. Here is how to guide for digital storytelling. And I think in this one, you also have an example of how to create a storyboard so your students may visualize and it will be very helpful for them to have in front of their eyes how they can build and layer their story. And afterwards, it is very important for students to reflect on their work. You should discuss them how they felt to tell the story, to share some insights of that story. Last but not least, we came to recommendations from the whole unit, module 3, writing, composition, dissemination techniques for SDGs. Your students basically will have journalistic training. We advise you to invite and to maintain a permanent connection with journalists in your area, to invite them and also help you work together with your students. This unit focuses more on hands-on exercises. It's very practical. There are teacher presentations and guest invitations. So we proposed a mix of teaching methods combining both theoretical lectures, presentations, and hands-on workshop based on peer-to-peer mentoring, collaboration, exchange of experiences. Yes.
Just a point. Our suggestion is to have guest speaker or journalist in these workshops, because single man or woman cannot do all these 4 workshops. So the best idea is probably to have journalists invited in your classroom, radio journalists, online digital journalists, multimedia journalists,
yeah, television
journalists, to support the content for these 4 workshops.
Yes, exactly. So that's what I was also going for, because there's a mix of journalistic genre. Yes, we would suggest to bring in professionals and journalists who specialize in online content, audio, television journalism, so on and so forth. So examples of good practice in professional journalism are always welcome. You have the main purpose of these workshops is for students to learn how to write news, how to practice journalism. They should also learn to relate, to report the story of a fact or real situation related to SDGs in such ways as to inform, to educate, to increase connectivity with the audience and generate engagement. We tried to incorporate in our presentations and in our materials examples of good practice in professional journalism. You can identify domestic, local examples of good practices. They are always welcome as value points and role models. However, students should be encouraged to think freely and creatively in order to discover new forms of expression suitable for the younger generations of media consumers. There's a lot of how should I say, specialized literature that we suggested. Encourage students to read a variety of literature, encourage them to read literature, to read poetry, as well as scientific literature, books on the history of ideas. In order to write well, they should read a lot. And as Mina said, cohesive mind, a clear language, a good vocabulary shows a consistent, complex mind and a clear mind. Guide students, now I'm working on my side, guide students to listen to high quality podcasts, observe multimedia journalism material with useful, valuable, professionally made content. Here, here we suggested some of the tools that you can use apart from computer, mobile phones, camera, audio and video editing software. You can use Audacity, SoundCloud, iMovie sometimes works very well, Windows Movie Maker. Okay, so don't stick just to one app. Allow students to work with the technology they are more familiar with. Yes. So I think that would be the end of the real end of module 3, finally. Yes. If there are questions.
Adina, talking about apps, I think our students and our partner students, Asian students, know very, very much about editing, filming, because they are TikTok users. They use social media a lot. So
yeah, but now they put these skills. They put these skills in a more powerful purpose about creating journalistic content on SDGs. Yeah, so they can use them for a serious purpose, right?
Maybe we could start our presentation or course encouraging them to show us what apps they use. They use for video, for filming, for editing, because maybe we will be surprised to see another kind of apps for application, for editing and filming, and digital skills.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So I put the practicum now. Adina, what do you think?
Yeah,
just
sure.
few info about the practicum. Can you see?
Yes.
The screen. We do not insist too much on recommendation. I just want to show you how we thought, Adina and me thought about competencies related to these 4 modules. We designed and thought about 4 categories of professional competencies, including all modules. So one category is ethical and legal competencies. Our colleague Mohammed presented this in the first part of our session today. So one category of professional competencies is ethical and legal. Another category is digital and technical. The next is cognitive and actional. And another category of professional competencies is cultural and behavioral. But also we have a category of transversal competencies that we try to develop in every class, every face-to-face meeting with our students. So for practicum, we can tell you how we proceed in our classes. Personally, I have 2 collaborations with 2 local media outlets, 2 new sites for young people. So my students during the practical activities have to produce content for these 2 new sites. We meet at the beginning of semester and we make a brainstorming about ideas, topics, how to create content for these two sites. They propose multimedia materials or podcasts or features, or some of them want to cover with news stories, local news stories, of course, in our town, in our city. And until the final of semester, they have to have a portfolio, to create a portfolio of journalistic materials. And at the final meeting, they present this portfolio. I think it's a very simple way to make, for you as a teachers, to make contact and to have contact and to maintain contact with local media, and collaborate with journalists and the newsroom in your city or region. It's the best way for your students to see. It's important, I think, for them to see their materials on site published with their names, and face with comments in a comment section. This is a real practice in journalism, not something in vitro or remain just in class to exercise, because journalism is a practical profession, and they have to read, to write, to document, to editing, to film, to write, if they have skills in writing, for example. I know that Adina.
I think we should mention that we do not enforce on students to go to a specific media outlet. They can choose where to do their internships according to their skills. If they want to write for a newspaper, to produce online content, or if they want to work for a radio station, right? We are the intermediaries, and we open the doors for them. If they want to do the practicum or the internship, the internship in the television, in a television station, okay, they can do that, and the portfolio will consist of TV journalism materials. If they want to work and specialize in radio, the portfolio will be exclusive of radio journalism materials. Yes, so it's very much in connection to what the students feel their strengths are, and where their passion stays. Where the passion is. Yeah.
I want to show you an example of good practice that I've met in Philippines 3 years ago. I was into Erasmus experience in Ateneo de Manila University in Philippines, and I asked there if the students, journalism students, have a publication, their own site or their own newspaper, and they showed me at the moment their newsroom. They say yes, and they show me the Gidon. Gidon is the title, the name of the publication. Publication is the official student publication. I was very surprised to find out that this publication is independent, because there are many problems and issues with freedom of expression and autonomy in Philippines, in journalism generally. But this doesn't mean that they don't have independent and autonomous publications. But the Gidon is a student publication, and I asked them how they keep and protect their independence. How could they do this? And because this publication, Gidon, appear in university campus, and a university is an official and powerful institution in a country. A university has a staff, a management, a top management. So if something get wrong in that university, how they could write about, how they could criticize the action of the staff, and they answered me. These are two of young reporters and journalists from Gidon. They are very young, 20 years, 22 years, students in journalism, and they told me that they don't receive any fund from team management of university. They have an association, a student association, and they is based on crowdfunding and some sponsors, but they do not get any fund from university management. And yes, they can criticize or write any uncomfortable topic from university campus. So I liked a lot their example and the way their way to do independent journalism in university and in Manila. It's a very old publication. You can see here from 1930, founded in 1929, in fact. And they go on the tradition of independence, independent press. So maybe some recommendation, Adina?
Yeah, so basically we suggested two ways in which you can help your students to practice and to show off their skills they developed throughout the SDGs GR reporting course. So we suggested practicum or internship. Practicum is a more of, I'm sorry, I lost you. Can you
stop? Just
can you
sharing?
No, can you see me? I froze at some point. I'm sorry. So yeah.
Yes, we see you and we hear you. Everything is okay here.
Okay. So internship means that you orient your students and put them in connection with journalists, whereas practicum means that you create a newsroom or a radio station. Maybe it's on online station because it's easier to do at your university, and ask them to produce content for that media outlet in your university. So the assessments we suggested should be fair and unambiguous. Nina, I see your slides with recommendations, right? So the practicum, the internship tutor should continuously assess students' progress and allow opportunities for feedback and improvement. Each student should produce an individual portfolio, and here are some minimum performance standards for assessing Practicum portfolio. So the students should need to prove the acquisition of basic information and ethical standards in journalism, to prove writing skills, editing or audio, radio, and multimedia program production techniques. So these are for the minimum passing grade standards. To prove that they have a minimum but correct knowledge of the material covered on the SDGs issues. Materials should always respect the highest standards of honesty and integrity. Of course, absence of spelling, grammar, and wording mistakes. Completion of portfolio material. So they should complete and have all the materials required. Also, they need to prove strong other requirements, that other aspects to consider when you evaluate the materials produced by your students should be strong leads, informative, compelling writing, essential information covered, use of links, hyperlinks, the way in which the material is organized, if the attributions were correctly placed in the text, the correct use of quotations, a clear, concise language, appropriate register and style, appropriate media and multimedia use respective for the audience. Students should know what is expected of them. They should be informed of these assignment expectations at the beginning of this stage. They should recognize prior to this stage what they are expected to do, to know, to produce in order to receive a passing grade. You can even ask for their input when it comes to establishing the criteria of assessment, so the students will feel engaged in the process, thus increasing their rate of success. In these portfolios, students would keep an ongoing collection of their work, regardless of, in my case, regardless whether it has been published or not. They have the chance to reflect upon their growth as a newsroom member, as a peer community member. In our case, sometimes when it comes to internship, we require a form to be completed by the editors, by the journalists that our students collaborate with while producing the content. This form is created and is an official form of establishing how that journalist sees the efforts and the growing of in terms of work of our students. In that form that we provide the journalists, in that form they write their observations with regard to the students' progress and work, and that we keep that assessment form in the portfolios, and we take it into consideration when we finally assign a final grade. If there is a significant discrepancy between the journalist's assessment or between their assessment and my assessment of the portfolio, okay, we would discuss with them to clarify any confusion that might exist regarding these expectations. Maintaining this portfolio is not optional. It's required, so students need to present a complete portfolio. Clearly, there could be some challenges for fair assessment, given the vast array of possible assignments. So it is important to have a grading system with enough adaptability to accommodate every student and to fairly assess their contributions while keeping individual differences in mind, adapted and specific for all types of materials. So we should have a grading system and an assessment grid for evaluating online content, multimedia content, video and audio content. In this module, journalism students get hands-on experience in writing news for publication or I don't know, for writing news for their own station or their own platform. Participation should be active. We should involve all students in this, especially because students learn by doing and by sharing experiences with their peers. So yeah, students' duties should include to generate story ideas. You can mock a newsroom meeting in which students can pitch their ideas to generate story ideas with reference to SDGs. They are supposed to find and maintain sources lists. They have to have their own notebook with sources. Students should conduct research and do interviews. Students should write news briefs. Students should write social media posts and longer stories. They should be required to keep the pace and reading a variety of news outlets, to listen to local and national radio station, be them mainstream or independent, so on and so forth. Yeah, so I think that should encapsulate the purpose of this module. Yeah, our recommendations for how to carry things out.
I'm thinking, Adina, as a suggestion, if in these modules, it could be create a new site, maybe, and the students produce content for this new site, a new site about sustainability, with news and topics and features and podcasts about
a series of podcasts. Yes, sure. Yeah, and you can link this site, this informative site, to your university website. So people who go online and search for you will read the materials your students and you create together with your students. They can read them, they can listen to the audio materials, or they can see the multimedia materials they create, because students are very creative and they are very good at technology, and they just need some guidance, and the results would be amazing.
If you have questions, dilemma, or observations, please, it's the moment.
Yeah. yeah, before the sessions,
Adina,
I have
maybe they have some questions, our participants.
Yes, I just want to tell them that I click the link for the assessment form module 4. Please make sure that you have this link together with the others for the feedback and for the previous assessment form module, because we really need those completed by next Thursday. Yes.
So any question?
Yeah. So fire away. We are here to clear any questions that might there might be.
We know that this train of trainings was a marathon, a real marathon, and tiresome for many of us. But we will have just one in August, and we will finish with capacity building training.
Thanks so much for the training. I think for us, like especially at UM, because we don't teach journalism, so it's interesting to hear it, but maybe we don't have that many questions yet because we haven't really implemented it. I'm sure we will have questions later, but yeah.
We were just scratching the surface during these trainings.
Yeah.
But Mina gave you the mail address, so yeah, feel free to contact us whenever it's the case.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
And Adina, maybe some words about our colleague.
Yes, okay.
As a good example, just few
Okay.
info about a video.
So we invited our colleague, the colleague who teaches TV journalism at our university. As you know, the SDGs contain explicit references to people with disabilities, including in relation to education, employment, inequality, accessibility of human settlements. For instance, we have goal 4 on inclusive and equitable quality of education and promotion of lifelong learning opportunities, focusing on eliminating gender disparities in education and ensuring equal access to all levels of education for the vulnerable. We also have goal 8 to promote sustained, inclusive, sustainable economic growth, decent work for all. The international community aims to achieve full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men, including people with disabilities. This is closely linked to goal 10, which strives to reduce inequality within and among countries by empowering and promoting the social, economic, and political inclusion of all, including people with disabilities. And there's also goal 11, goal 17. The bottom line is that Ovidiu Damian is not only our colleague, he's also the producer of the first TV program in Romania, mainstreaming reporters with Down syndrome. The program is called Without Prejudice and has been produced by the regional studio in Cluj. So we are talking about the national television, the state-supported television, right? TVR, Televiziunea Română. So they have they produced this program in the regional studio in Cluj since 2014. However, Their program received recognition only after couple of years, when the team received an award from the United Nations to mark the 10th anniversary of the signing of the Convention for the Rights of Disabled People. Ovidiu could not be with us live today, but he sent us a recording in which he tells us more about his experience in television, his experience in working with people and working side by side and working in a team with people with disability, with Down syndrome in this case. His work with the students, giving us insights on how to enable the SDGs through disability inclusion. I hope I can share this with sound. Okay. I don't know. I shared my screen.
Adina, is the film from Valea Jiului,
No,
is
no,
not
no.
the video.
Okay. I can't see my screen correctly. Okay.
Da, good.
All right. So this is Ovidiu presenting his team and presenting his work. I'll play the recording. I hope it works. I'll try another way.
If it doesn't work, we can upload the film on Drive
yeah, but
with
I
the
don't
rest
know.
of the materials.
Okay, let's see. Can you see it on the screen?
I am Ovidiu Damian, and I'm
Yes, and we can hear it too.
Okay, okay. Enjoy.
responsible for the television activities within Lucian Blaga University in Sibiu, the Department of Journalism. Thank you very much for inviting me in your event today and giving me the opportunity to tell you a few words about the way I work in television and also the way I work with the students. They are coming to our university. What I also want to mention about me is the fact that since 2014, so 8 years already, I am broadcasting a TV show for the public, for the Romanian public television, a TV show called Unprejudiced. It's the only TV show in Europe featuring reporters with disabilities. So as I told you, in 2014, we started with 3 young people having Down syndrome. They had no connection so far until that moment with the television field, but we trained them, and after that they became TV reporters. I don't want just to talk, but also to show you just a bit of information about our product. It's called, as I mentioned to you, Unprejudiced, in Romanian, Fără prejudecăți. And they are the 3 ones. Actually, at this moment, unfortunately, we lost Bogdan because he died due to some medical conditions. We still have Raluca and Mihai, the 2 reporters, and we have another one in our team, Andrea. She's actually a journalist. She graduated journalism in Cluj, and she's blind. She was blind since the moment she was born, but this was not a barrier for her to go to school, to go to university, and things like that. Okay. How did I get to be involved in this field? Maybe it's interesting for you to know this story. I've graduated psychology, so I'm a psychologist at the beginning, but I also had some television experience before. And at a certain moment, I've talked with some friends of mine working for the Romanian public television. And I said, it's such a pity when we are talking about inclusive journalism, and I know that's a topic you are interested in, and I want to discuss a bit about him. So I mentioned to them, it's such a pity that when it comes to the vulnerable groups, to disability, to other vulnerable categories, we are doing TV shows about such people, not with such people, not together with such people. And they were like, can you develop a bit this idea? And I said, yeah, we are doing, for example, TV shows, or I've seen many TV shows broadcasted about disability, but why we don't have a reporter with disability? And they said, oh my God, that's kind of a very great idea. So let's try to do it somehow. And that's how my project started. And since then, we've done so many stories. And so imagine that in 8 years, we have a weekly show. So I think we had like guests, more than 1,000 people with wonderful story, amazing stories about disability. In 2015, so 1 year after we started to air our TV show, we've got an international award by Down Syndrome International. That's an umbrella organization. It's kind of a federation of the Down syndrome organizations from different countries, and we've got that award. And 2016 was actually the great recognition for us, let's say, when we were awarded by the United Nations for representing disability with dignity, for doing exactly what I mentioned to you at the beginning, that idea, not talking about persons with disabilities, but bringing persons with disabilities to report about their problems, about their wishes, about their life. Reporting disability with dignity and respecting the human rights was the mobile that we've got that award in the United States, in United Nations in New York. And together with Mihai, the guy, my colleague with Down syndrome, the reporter, we've been together to New York for the ceremony and to get the award, and it was an amazing experience. What should I tell you about the show, The Unprejudiced? Just to have some images, the way we work. For example, we've interviewed Alex Bologa. Maybe this name doesn't tell you anything, but Alex Bologa is a Paralympic champion in karate, and he had bronze medal in Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games. We've interviewed other sports people with disabilities. We had revolutionary projects regarding the blind people or the deaf people or other disabilities, rare diseases or invisible rare diseases. That's also a topic that people or media, they don't talk too much about this. We've organized events, fashion shows or other media events with the involvement of persons with disability. Mihai, the one, my colleague with Down syndrome that I was telling you about, he also has a news program inside the show, and he's presenting important news regarding disability from Romania or from other countries. And that's the way the show is organized. I remember years ago when we were calling a guest or someone we wanted to interview, and we were going to the location to have the interview, and then the person was talking a lot with me, and then I was trying to transfer the information, and I was saying, but you know, he's going to take you the interview. At the very beginning, they were surprised. They were like, really? But does he or she understand the topic? And after that, in the interview, when they saw that actually my colleagues are very aware, because I'm not just putting in front of them some questions for them to repeat, we discuss about the topic until the moment, and they have their own questions before the interview, and we solve everything. So in the moment when they go for the interview with the guest in front of them, they know exactly the topic, and it's really great that sometimes we had situations where Mihai or Bogdan or Raluca, our reporters, they went out from the script, let's say like this. We had a guest that she was specialist in autism, and they had a great discussion about autism, and after that our colleague he said, but I still want to ask you some more things. What do you think about Roma people? Because there is a big problem with Roma people as well, and I think we should address this problem as well. And in the Roma community, maybe there are autistic children, so in this case it's kind of a double discrimination for them. And we were on a side behind the camera, and we were, oh my God, that's actually really great, because it shows very clear that our colleague understands the topic and he wants to find out more. It's really great. Those years, I really had, as I mentioned to you earlier, I had the opportunity to meet amazing stories and to know amazing people. And what we are trying, technically speaking, to do with this TV show is to present disability in a correct, in a way that was not present before. For example, in the last year, and unfortunately, there still are situations when it's like this, disability is reflected in two ways. With mercy, with this attempt to make the viewer cry a bit, or to add a lot of extra information there that it creates this mercy feeling, or to put it in such a way, look what wonderful results this person had despite his horrible condition, suffering from autism or suffering from Down syndrome. He or she is still able to do something. But as you see, the central element in this discussion is the disability, not the person, which in my opinion, and in the opinion of the specialists, is not correct. You should talk, you should present the person or the story. And maybe at a certain moment, if the person himself or herself is saying, yes, besides all this, I'm also a disabled person, then it's okay. That's why talking to you earlier about Alex Bologa, for example, the Olympic champion, bronze medal in Rio de Janeiro, all the discussion we had with Alex in the interview was about his results, about his preparation for such results, about his career as a sportsman, because being blind was already visible for the viewers. So why to emphasize and to continue saying from minute to minute, and by the way, our guest, you know, he's blind and he achieved these results despite his horrible disability. Why? It's not the case to do like this. And that's something maybe I dare to recommend you to see the person, to see the story, regardless other things, regardless the disability, regardless the vulnerability and things like that. Yeah. So that's why I was very happy when I started having this television experience. I was very happy to start a collaboration with Lucian Blaga University in Sibiu, giving me this opportunity to transfer the information from my work to the students, trying to help them approaching such topics in this way. Regarding my work with the students, I also want to emphasize some things that I consider to be important. For example, just to understand what I'm doing there, I'm responsible with them for the television laboratories. For those ones being in the first year, we are doing introduction in television. Then with the second year, we have producing news, for example, or producing a TV show. So all the process for them to understand how we start from the documentation phase until everything is packed and ready to go on air. And with the third year, we are doing specializing activities for television. Yes, I'm trying to make my subjects as practical as possible. So even though we are talking in the first year about introduction in television, I'm still teaching them how to film. Even Mojo, even mobile journalism with the mobile phones, sometimes you can do great images if you know a bit of I don't know, building television image, if you know how to create a composition, if you know how to take some shots and just to be correct, if you know what's a panorama or things like that, which are not very difficult to be learned. After that, and that's maybe a second recommendation I have for you, and maybe in few years, I don't know, we have many cases in terms of filming technique, right? We had the SD filming, standard definition. After that, we had high definition. After that, we have 4K, and I'm pretty sure the technology will be great in few years. But in my opinion, the way of approaching a topic should remain the same. The old school, you know, paper and pen, documenting, and documenting. That's the old school way, and it doesn't matter how much the technique will evolve. I think we should stay in the documenting phase exactly the same way. Know very well the topic, know very well the connections, try to verify each and every information you are going to approach in the interview or in the project you are doing there. That's really important stuff in order for the discussion to go to be fluent, let's say, to be smooth, to be nice, and of course to bring from your guest information that maybe was not provided before. I can give you an example. It's not from the disability field. We were working for TIFF. TIFF is Transylvania International Film Festival. So it's the biggest film festival in Eastern Europe, organized in Cluj. And I think 2 or 3 years ago, no, before the pandemic, so more years ago, I had a guest named Wilhelm Speck. And that's all I knew about. Wilhelm Speck is a film creator from Germany, and that's what we know, things like that. Okay, and that moment I started to document and to dig. We use this expression, right? To dig, to get information, as much information as possible about this guest. And I've learned like this, that, for example, in 1982 was the year when I was born, and this guy was already working for the film festival in Berlin, and he was the director of the panorama section in Berlinale. There he created a whole discussion during the festival, what movie can do from the social point of view. Because with movie, we can also accelerate change. We can also develop some realities from the grassroots, and we can change some mentalities, opinions, and things like that. And I was, wow, that's a great topic to discuss in our interview. And I found those pieces of information going the other way, right? Because usually we have this idea that the film reflects a reality, the film reflects a society, the film reflects a social condition. But can be the other way around. Can we use the film to change a reality? And of course we can, and I can give you plenty of examples, but let's think this way. Let's create movies, or some of the movies, in such a way that they can change discrimination, they can change exclusion, they can change those things and to transform them in something else. This guy, he said, I'm gonna give maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes, maximum 5 minutes interview for the public television, because I'm very busy, because we have plenty of work to do in the festival, because others want interviews and things like that. And when he saw the themes I've got in discussion with him, he stayed with me like 25 minutes, and we had an amazing discussion. And I was approaching something, and he was, just a second, here I want to develop a bit, I want to tell you more. I don't know where you've read this, but I want to bring you some details that I didn't have the chance to talk about in other interviews. And it was amazing to have this guy for 25 minutes. Was great. I saw other interviews with him from the festival, and other people asked him if he likes the city, if the hotel is good, if the Romanian food is something he enjoys, if the weather is nice or it's too hot in Cluj. Well, in my opinion, it's a pity to have such a person there and to waste the time asking this kind of things. What's the goal in the back? Why do I ask a person like him things like that? And this doesn't go only for film festivals or whatever. It doesn't matter what kind of TV show you are constructing. The principles should be the same. Yeah. What do we document? What is the topic that we want to know, and how we approach the person in order to find out as much possible in such a short time. And that's a technique I'm always trying to teach the students, because especially in the first year, they are very happy coming in the lab, in the television lab. They look at the setting there, at the lights and everything, and oh my God, I want to be on that chair presenting news. And I was, wait a minute, that's the last part, right? When we put something in our hair and maybe a bit of makeup, if we have time. If we don't have time, it doesn't matter, you can go on air without it, because the people are interested in what you're discussing. They're not in the perfect image of this. And I always have to bring them back, and we say we have to document first very well the story, and just after that we will go to, I don't know, to put it in images, to edit it, and in the end to have it as a package and to present it, or to air it on a channel or something like that. Another topic that I prepared for today, because I don't want to keep you long and to get bored by me speaking by myself. Such a pity that I couldn't be with you on air, because maybe we could solve some questions you have, but that's the last topic I want to address with you today, is approaching disability. I'm coming now back to the inclusion journalism and to the social journalism, which is my specialty within the Romanian public television. Approaching disability in media. And my advice would be, each and every time, each and every moment when you are talking about a category, go to that category and ask them, at least few people in the category, how do you prefer me or us to call you in media? For example, we have, and I will try to translate this in English. In Romania, the deaf community, they really prefer to be named deaf, not hypo acoustic persons, because hypo means lower capacity of hearing, but not totally being deaf, right? And the deaf community, they are saying, call us deaf. Nobody's going to be upset. The blind people, they also say, call us blind. We are totally perfect with this situation. They prefer simple things. Gypsy people in Patarut, because in Cluj, where I live, there is a dump. Not very far from the glamorous city center, there is a dump where people are living. Gypsy people are living. I've been many times there, and I'm pretty sure today you've also discussed about Arapamesu, so which is in Sibiu. So you already have an image about what's going on in such vulnerable communities. I've been many times in Patarut, and I've reported a lot about this community close to Cluj. And of course, from the very beginning, I asked those people, how would you like to be called in television, Roma, or and they said no, just simply call us Gypsy. For us, it's okay to be called Gypsy. When this Gypsy is connected with stealing, with I don't know, not working, with raping, that's the moment when we became upset and angry, right? When you attach a negative value to the word gypsy, but gypsy by itself, it's not something that hurt us, so call us gypsy without any problem. Even them, when they are in television, they say, we, the gypsy, we are doing, we are, and they have no problem. But the message for you guys is to approach the community and to become a small specialist in that community, to know exactly very well the values of such a community, the way they communicate, what are their needs, right? It's crazy to talk about the needs of the blind people, for example, in Romania, but not to have a blind person there. And I don't know, many specialists, psychologists, doctors be present in the studio talking about those needs, but not to have someone from the community. So always bring someone from the community you are talking about in the discussion. Actually, that's not, or it shouldn't be a recommendation. That's a legal aspect. Maybe you don't know, and I think it's important for you to know, there is an act. It's called CRPD, Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The United Nations document, worldwide spread it, ratified by many countries. And that's somehow like the disability law. And they have a lot of chapters telling us everything: access to education for persons with disability, access to justice, access to health services, access to many participating in the society, access to independent living, access to private relationships and family and things like that. And the motto of CRPD is like this: nothing about us without us. So each and every time we should take care of the community, of the persons we are talking about, and never those people should be left behind, right?
Okay, so yeah, this was Ovidiu and his recommendations and his insights as being a TV producer and working with people with Down syndrome and fighting for a more inclusive environment, especially in media and everywhere for people with disabilities. Right, so that pretty much concludes our training sessions. We are 3 minutes late, so we abused 3 more minutes of your time, so we apologize. We hope, we hope we created a much clear view of the modules and of the SDGs journalism reporting course. Thank you very much for being here. If you have questions, again, I ask you if anyone has something to add, to share with us. We very much encourage you to do so.
We will upload all materials on Drive. You could find them there, as well as the feedback forms and assessment forms for each module.
Okay, so thank you very much, and have a great evening. And keep in touch. Yeah. Well done, everyone.
Thank you. Bye. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, thank you, everyone.